We've got more folks rolling in, but good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of the Edina City Council, December 11, 2012. Roll call, please, Ms. Megan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. The purpose of the special meeting, this is a new process for us where we usually take these street reconstruction projects over a series of separate meetings. We decided to put them all together in a single meeting and have a special meeting to address concerns of residents with respect to these potential projects. There are 6 of the public hearings tonight, and Director Houle, you want to take the first one, which, well, excuse me, we need to approve the agenda first. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? All right, we got a motion and for approval of the meeting agenda in a second. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay, carried. And now we're going to move on to a series of public hearings, and the first one, Director Houle, is the Gleason Circle Reconstruction Project.
Actually, Mayor and Council, what I'd like to do is actually give a kind of a preamble, kind of covering commonalities that are held with all the public hearings tonight. What I'd like to cover is the Chapter 429 of Minnesota State Statutes, the funding for these types of projects, the assessment payment options, and the property impacts that one might see if, going through a project like these. All the projects tonight are special assessed through the Minnesota State Statute 429. Chapter 429 is that we follow for special assessments. All the projects that you see here tonight are actually initiated by staff. Part of the 429 process is proper notification of the affected property owners. So we've had 10 days notice. We've ran the ads in the Edina Sun paper, our official paper, and then feasibility reports have been prepared and given to the City Council. And then tonight we have our public hearing to order the project. When we look at if a project is petitioned or initiated by staff, since these are initiated by staff, any of the projects that you'll be voting on tonight will require a 4/5 vote to move the project forward. The levy as a special assessments is held at a final assessment hearing that will be held in a little less than 2 years if the projects move forward from tonight. And once the project orders, or once the council orders a project, the assessments will become pending. One of the questions that we receive going through the informational meetings and open houses that we provide to the residents is, what do our taxes cover? And roughly about 20% of the taxes that people pay do go to the city, such as police, fire, parks, public works. Out of the public works budget, we cover snow plowing, pothole repairs, seal coating, and other street maintenance, but we do not cover roadway reconstruction. So essentially, the residents do not pay taxes for street reconstruction. That's why we have our special assessment policy. The funding for the projects, like I say, are from special assessments. The assessments are assigned to adjacent property owners that stand to benefit from the construction improvements. The special assessments to residents cover 100% of the roadway costs. However, the curb and gutter costs are covered out of our utility fund. The sidewalk and street lights that could potentially be in tonight's projects are not included in the special assessments. Actually comes from the newer fund from the franchise fees. Our funding, the residential equivalent unit that we use for special assessing projects is typically one single detached family dwelling is one REU. Commercial properties, we look at commercial properties or churches and such, are based on multiple factors such as average daily traffic, could be gross floor area and type of business. The assessment rate per REU is essentially taking the assessable project cost and divided by the number of REUs for a project. Tonight we have a number of different projects. What you're going to see tonight is they're going to vary in cost, and what becomes part of the varying in cost is essentially when you're looking at like the Mendelson project, which will be the last project tonight. You look at the square yards of paving in the right column here per REU, And the larger the amount of paving that you have on a project, the higher the assessment cost, because that's essentially what it's covering is your roadway costs. And so some of these other ones that you're down to 165 square yards per REU and 187, those are the lesser cost projects, and then you get up to the higher one at Mendelssohn. And essentially is what that relates back to is the density of the homes per the neighborhood. Is if you have smaller lots in a neighborhood, you're going to see lower square yards per REU and vice versa. The payment options, once we get to the final assessment hearing, people will be billed basically for an assessment 1 year after project completion. The assessments are payable over 15 years per your current policy. And the payment options basically have 4 different payment options. One is pay the entire amount of the special assessment after we finalize the final assessment hearing, or pay a portion of it, 25% or more, and then the balance of that rolls over to be collected with the property taxes. They're not actually a tax, or roll the entire amount over to be collected with the property taxes. The fourth option is hardship deferment. There's some criteria on it being 65 years of age or older and have a certain income level, or other hardships. Property impacts. There's always going to be a property impact with any construction project that you do. Even if you do a re-roofing of your home, you're going to have some impacts on some other parts of your property. So on these projects, what you'll be looking at is irrigation. We encourage people to actually, if they have an irrigation system, is to water the boulevard areas to keep it nice looking. If we damage that irrigation system, we will repair it part of the project. Same with the pet containment system, is that we will repair the pet containment system, invisible pet containment system with the project. Plantings and other landscape features. There's always some landscape features in the boulevard areas. We will ask the homeowners, kind of coordinate with the property owners to remove their special plantings prior to the construction. We'll give them where the construction limits are, and then we won't replant those items in the boulevard area. We just replant seed in the boulevard areas. But if they want to bring those back and it follows our city code, we'll let them put the planting features back in the boulevard area. The city will, like I say, will seed or sod the right-of-way after the project is complete. What we're leaning towards is hydro-seeding on projects. We did perform that on Tracy Avenue. We hydro-seeded that project. 44th Street, we hydro-seeded. So we're kind of leaning to going towards hydro-seed. When the seed does take, it lasts longer than sod is what we're finding out. We're finding out that a lot of sod that we put down in the last few years' projects, especially with the drought that we had, it just turned to bacon basically this last summer. A lot of people lost their boulevards. The city also encourages the private utility companies such as the gas company, electric, telephone, cable TV to upgrade their systems. What we don't want is have them, actually we put a moratorium on these roadways that they can't cut into the roadway within 5 to 10 years after we complete the project. So we give them forewarning that once the projects are authorized by the councils that they can come out and actually upgrade their system so that they don't have to cut back into the roadway. The other item that we want to point out tonight too is when we replace an apron on a driveway, is that a lot of times we'll do a patch on the driveway itself at the end. I just want to point that out, that we will not go all the way back to the garage. So in a lot of cases we do patch that in and match it into the existing pavement of the driveway. And if it's concrete drive, we'll replace this little patch here with concrete. If there's pavers, we'll work around the pavers that someone might have on a driveway. And if it's asphalt, we'll replace it with asphalt. Our project schedule on the majority of these projects, we followed this schedule here. We had an open house in 2011, so we actually notified a couple years out. Our neighborhood information meeting was this last August. We had a Transportation Commission review on October 25th. There was a couple projects that the Transportation Commission had commented on, potentially adding a couple features to it, and we'll cover those in the public hearings. But between the October 25th Transportation Commission review and tonight's meeting, we actually held an informational meeting for the Normandale neighborhood and the Lake Edina neighborhood. We're anticipating, if you order the projects tonight, that we'd have a bid opening in February, March, with the award of contract March or April, and begin construction in May. And possibly prior to that, in some of these neighborhoods, you'll see CenterPoint coming out and upgrading their facilities. We're looking at completion of construction in fall of fall of 2013. And actually on a lot of these projects, if we're starting earlier in early May, depending upon the weather, we might see that even prior to fall of 2013. We're looking at a final assessment hearing of fall of 2014. That'll take any questions I might have prior to me handing this over to Chad Milner to go through some of the public hearings.
Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're doing hydroseed now as the best practice. What is the warranty? Will that warranty be the same on that as it was on the sod?
It's fairly similar to the sod, and we haven't actually determined if we're actually going solely to hydroseed at this point. I still want to have some staff meetings and bring in some of the experts from the field to give us some more input on the hydroseed itself. But if we do hydroseed, we do carry a very similar warranty period as sod.
And can you tell us what the warranty is for sod?
Sod is 46 weeks out. Yep.
6 weeks.
Yep.
Okay, and then tell me about the warranty for the cement and roadway work and the process for checking that warranty work before the warranty expires.
Yep. Maybe Chad actually could do that. He's
typically in the spring of the next year, the project inspector goes through and inventories and looks at all the concrete, bituminous pavements, and anything that was constructed year before. Gets put on a punch list, warranty list, and the contractor takes care of that. Then the following year, right before that 2-year, there's a 2-year warranty on all that, on all those items. They review it again the following year and make any corrections that's needed at that time.
And am I correct in remembering that it used to be a 1-year and now we've negotiated 2-year warranty on the work?
Correct.
Okay, that's important for people to know. And then if homeowners have landscaping in the right-of-way that is removed, just to clarify, we do not pay for replacement of the items other than hydroseed or sod.
That's correct. Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Director Houle at this point in time? Okay, let's. We've got 6 separate public hearings, but you've got one of the projects, the Braemar Hills B, St. Patrick's Lane, and Gleason Circle, melded together. I don't know how you want to handle those. Do you want to handle those as a single presentation, and then we'll take them all as a single public hearing?
You'll address them separately, vote on them separately. We're presenting them as one project because of the size of the streets are so small and the locations. It's made sense to bid it as one project for economies of scale.
All right.
So you'll vote on each improvement number separately. Jennifer, can I get the computer out? Mayor, Council, we'll begin tonight with the Braemar Hills B, St. Patrick's Lane, and Gleason Circle neighborhoods roadway improvements. BAs 395, 396, and 397. The Braemar Hills B neighborhood has 35 properties in it. It's bordered by Gleason Road on the southeast. St. Patrick's Lane is just to the north of the Braemar Hills B neighborhood. Valley View on the north, Gleason on the west, and the high school is up in the northeast corner. And there's 10 properties and the Church of St. Patrick's in that project area. And Gleason Circle, located on the west side of the Church of St. Patrick. There's 8 properties and it's along Gleason Road. So all 3 projects, like I discussed, are right in that proximity of each other. So we're presenting them all as one project for economies of scale in the bidding process. The project was initiated as part of the Streets Reconstruction Program. These streets were really originally constructed in the 1960s and early 70s. Normal maintenance was performed on these streets, and the street pavement is in poor overall condition. We also looked at the utilities. We found some spot issues with the sanitary sewer trunk pipe. There's some localized surface drainage and inlet capacity issues. The old-style fire hydrants are out there. The gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life, and there are some spot locations where people are serviced, multiple residents off a 1 1/2 inch copper water main versus a 6-inch water main. Existing roadway details. Majority of the streets have curb and gutter today. St. Patrick's Lane has B-style curb, barrier curb, and Bramer and Gleason Circle have surmountable curb. The existing widths vary from 26 feet to 31 feet. Again, the pavement's in poor condition, and there's poorly graded sand soils in these areas. So we're proposing for roadway improvements, spot concrete curb and gutter repairs, which would come out of the storm sewer fund. We would recycle the existing pavement and use that to reconstruct the new street. We would upgrade the street lighting in the Bramer B neighborhood, and no new sidewalks. The proposed utility improvements, there'd be the spot repairs of the sanitary sewer trunk pipe. These would be done by open cut or a trenchless cured in place pipe technique. The water main would replace that 1 1/2 inch copper pipe with a 6-inch ductile pipe in those locations. We would replace all gate valves and upgrade the fire hydrants to the new city standards. Storm sewer, as I mentioned, those curb and gutter repairs would be out of the storm sewer fund. We would do spot modifications to improve existing drainage issues and install sump drain pipe where feasible within these neighborhoods. The Bramer Hills B neighborhood, the project cost, the sanitary sewer is estimated at $33,500. The water main, $91,000. Storm sewer is $186,000. The lighting for there is $74,000. And then the assessable cost for the street improvements is just under $320,000. St. Patrick's Lane, the project cost for the sanitary sewer is $65,500. Water main is just under $37,000. Storm sewer, right around $69,000. And the street improvements, just under $156,000. In Gleason Circle, the project cost for this one, the sanitary sewer, just under $43,000. The water mains, $27,500. Storm sewer, just under $34,000. And the accessible street improvements, just over $85,000. So with those project costs, the proposed assessments based on the REUs that Wayne discussed earlier, we have an estimated assessment for the Bramer Hills neighborhood of $9,310. St. Patrick's Lane is $11,300. And Gleason Circle is $11,600. And then note that in St. Patrick's Lane we have the Church of St. Patrick's, and we calculated a value for them of 4.8 REUs. We times that by the estimated single REU assessment, and we get a total assessment for the Church of St. Patrick's at $54,240. And we came up with that REU based on the average daily traffic coming in and out of the church, and also, so that was one way, and the other way we looked at square footage of the buildings, and then we took the average of those two. And looking back on projects, this is typical what the city does since 2005 for commercial properties, so it falls right in line with other churches and businesses that have been assessed in the past. Here's the maps. The corner lots are the one-third REU based on the assessment policy. Otherwise, they're all a value of 1, other than the green one in the center for the church, which is 4.8 REUs. Similar project schedule that Wayne mentioned. So tonight we're at the public improvement hearing on the 11th, and if it gets approved tonight and ordered, we'll follow this production schedule as noted. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure in the Bramer Hills B, St. Patrick's Lane, and Gleason Circle neighborhoods. We're recommending you authorize Bramer Hills B, St. Patrick's Lane, and Gleason Circle improvement numbers 395, 396, and 397 here tonight.
Question for Mr. Milner. Yes. Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Milner, I noticed that lighting, upgraded lighting is recommended for only one of the 3 projects.
Yep.
And I noticed that in the surveys, and thank you for providing the individual answers for each address. It appears that on St. Patrick's Lane, residents are less interested in upgrade than actually just one additional fixture, sort of mid-block along that block. Can that be added to the project? And again, with Gleason Circle, the concern seems less with upgrading than just with making sure that there's an adequate level of light. And I do notice that the responses, out of 10 homes, we had 3 households respond to the first survey and 3 households respond to the second survey. So I understand that there was some inconsistency or split of opinion within Gleason. But with St. Patrick's, it did seem that there actually was, I believe it was 67% support for some change, which was the same level of support in the Hills neighborhoods. Can you explain why you're making the recommendation that you're making and what the effect on this project would be of that single added fixture on St. Patrick's Lane?
Sure. When you look at Gleason Circle and St. Patrick's Lane, there was, like you said, only 3 surveys, and the other one, I think it was 3 to 4. They wanted light improvements. We didn't feel the cost, the benefit to add lights along those corridors. The cost didn't outweigh the benefits to add a light. We can definitely look at St. Patrick's Lane, whether we could get one in there. I don't know if it's a direct bury line or electrical lines in the conduit. That would change whether or not we could easily install an additional light in that location. It would affect the costs if we had to run new conduit along St. Patrick's Lane, but we could definitely look at that.
Sure, and it wouldn't affect the cost to the residents,
It would
correct? And it did appear that there was a higher number of responses, again, or a higher percentage of responses on St. Patrick's Lane. I understand the difference of opinion or the split with the
Sure.
low number of responses on Gleason Circle. So that, I guess, is one question. And then I have a second question, and that, or set of questions, and that's about how the REUs for the church are determined. We had a resident come to public comment, community comment earlier this fall, and spoke about the time that the volume was measured. And it's his recollection that that measurement was taken in midsummer. Has a remeasurement of that volume on St. Patrick's Lane been done?
It has not. We did take the counts in July when we initiated the project before the open house, so we'd have, before the informational meeting, so we'd have those traffic counts and could start calculating for the church. We did get a call a few weeks ago to remeasure. Well, we can't measure in the wintertime. The tubes freeze up in the winter and snow plows would rip them off the road. So we've taken the counts. We feel that by doing it 2 different ways, we've addressed the church adequately with the REUs, because we also calculated it on the square footage area of the church buildings. So that came with a very similar number with the ADTs that were measured in July. And there are operations in the summer. There's the daycare and programs like that. So traffic volumes might be different when the high school's in tow, but we were unable to. Since the call, we can't remeasure it because of the weather.
Sure. I know that a lot of churches have activities ramp up in the fall and
Sure.
then sort of a ramp down again at the end of the school year. Families are
Yep.
traveling. So normally there is less attendance in the summer. I can say from my own personal experience. And finally, where in our assessment policy are the 2 types of measurements that you did, or the 2 calculations that you made? I've got a copy of it, the special assessment policy, and I can't find that provision anywhere in that.
There's a municipal state aid assessment policy dated December 2010 that deals with municipal state aid projects, and it details out how to assess commercial properties, church properties, and that's what, since our residential assessment policy doesn't address commercial, churches, retail, we use the state aid policy approved by council in 2010 to calculate for churches. So
Wouldn't it be helpful then to make that cross-reference, because this issue has come up in the past with different types? We have a project, I believe, that we ordered last year that had some multi-unit property mixed with single-unit housing, and we don't have that cross-reference.
Sure.
So I think it's difficult for somebody to get clarity when there's a policy that applies and it doesn't.
We can add that in the future studies, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Milner at this point in time? Member Sprague?
Thank you, Mayor. So for the I know we've got 3 sub-projects here, but for the fire hydrant upgrades, we're just adding the stores nozzles and not adding, the spacing is adequate between fire hydrants?
Yes. Yeah, these neighborhoods are so small that the spacing meets the requirements today.
Okay, and can you talk a little bit about the stores nozzles?
The fire department, the old style, I don't know what they're called, but they have a quick connect stores nozzle on their fire trucks now, and this is just exactly what they want on the new hydrants.
Okay, thanks.
Someone may raise the issue of the condition of the pavement. Would you talk about the pavement condition index in these 3 neighborhoods?
Sure.
These 3
To bring people up to speed, the city hired a consultant to rate the pavements. They go through and measure cracking, potholes, peeling, different kinds of pavement, and every street gets a rating in the city, and by neighborhood they're averaged. PCI ratings range from 0 to 100. When they get below 45 is when we start to look at street reconstruction projects, not only from a pavement issue but also utility issue. The pavements in this neighborhood range from, or all of them tonight, range from 18 to 25, so they're getting to be the bottom of the pavement conditions that we're seeing within the city.
I think the average for these 3 neighborhoods was 20 on the
Yeah.
PCI. Okay. In connection with the conversation you had with Member Bennett about the REUs assigned to St. Patrick's Church, are those the only 2 methodologies recommended by the State Aid Office for computing REUs for a church?
Well, I'm not, the State Aid Office may have others. I'm just using the City of Edina's State Aid policy.
The City of Edina's State Aid policy, not
yes.
MnDOT's State Aid policy.
We base it off that from what I've learned, but it's
Okay.
the actual city's MSA policy.
So under the city's MSA policy, are those the only 2 methods of calculation that we have?
Yep, and then there's a table, you do either the gross floor area or the average daily traffic, and then there's a REU conversion factor, and I could put this up if you'd like to see it, that has residential, like twin family duplexes and quads, which we'll see in a different project tonight. Apartments, condos, we have industrial gets 0.5. Retail is 1.5, public buildings, city, schools, and churches. So there's the 0.8 value for churches that you'll find in the back of the study for the calculations.
The reason I ask is it seems to me that when we did the street reconstruction project over in South Harriet Park, that with respect to Arden Park, we actually looked at it in the sense of how many buildable lots there would have been along Brookview, I think.
Exactly. Yep. For parks,
But we didn't do that here. I mean,
in parks, we look at what the buildable lots would be comparable to the lots, say, across the street, and how many that would be. And that's how many RUs we would assess the city park properties. Yep.
when you look at the square footage methodology, you're comparing the square footage of the church against what?
It's the actual finished square footage of the buildings.
Against your formula?
Yep. And it's every 1,000 feet of square footage, you divide that by 1,000.
All right, you're not comparing it to the square footage of the cumulative square footage of all the houses on the street that are contiguous to the
It's
street.
a commercial building size that we look at, and that generates how many trips. That's the other part, was the trips generation.
All right, Member Bennett.
Yes, following up on that same line of questioning, I do see in the special assessment policy that it is called out how to calculate public land, and that it's based on, for publicly owned or undeveloped parcels with developable residential potential, the number of REUs shall be computed based upon the maximum residential development potential of the parcel, based upon the density allowed under the applicable zoning code and comprehensive land use plan. So we're really specific, and I think that's helpful, and I think later this evening we'll have something come up that applied that formula. But in the municipal state aid special assessment policy, I see the table that you just brought up, and that calls for a formula based on a multiplication of 0.8 REU by the gross floor area, 1,000 square feet. So it sets the second of the 2 methodologies. I don't see any mention of the first methodology you used. Can you direct me to, am I missing something?
I think I have one other sheet that I didn't bring up here. So I can find
It's a difference of a little over 1 REU, so I think there is some significance to the neighborhood. This is the, yes, it's the same. If he's got some updated, that's great.
Well, I can't find that sheet, but this is, like I said, we went back, typical practice, we went back and looked at 2005 through today on commercial and churches that have been assessed in the past, and this is the methodology that was done. Properties in Edina, we found, generate 14 trips per day. As the calculations in the study show, that's where we came up with the 14 trips per day. So in it's typical practice in past studies. I don't know if Wayne's got anything to add to that.
I think the underlying methodology that we have is our special assessment policy is based off of trip generation. And so what we're trying to do is find per a property, even our public lands, what the maximum trip generation is so that we can equate it back to a residential equivalent unit. So even when we look at our public lands, instead that we do it for residential use, if there would happen to be a use that we'd have an activity that we could actually calculate the amount of trips that come out of that facility. Like say if we did something by a Braemar Arena, we could actually calculate how many trips per day it is and spread it out over a year, equate it back to a resident equivalent unit. And that's essentially what we've done in this case with St. Patrick's, real similar to what we did with CPC on the Woodhill neighborhood, where we actually did trips per day and equate it back to a residential equivalent unit.
Well, CPC, as I recall, was over 14 REUs. But it also was a primary, 70th is a primary street for the church. In this instance, there are entrances from another street as well that I understand are heavily used. But I guess if we have a written policy and it sets a formula one way, it would be clearer, more transparent, and certainly allow us to be more consistent if we used that policy and didn't use something that isn't in writing and isn't in the policy.
Yep,
and it would
agreed.
be my preference then that we would go with the 5.4 REUs for St. Patrick's Church and not the 4.1, because that 5.4 is based on the policy that we have in writing and that the council's adopted.
Other questions for Mr. Milner at this point in time? All right. Folks, we're going to open up this matter for public hearing. If you're interested in if you live on Scotia Drive, Tupa Circle, Tupa Drive, St. Patrick's Lane, Gleason Circle, or you're otherwise interested in commenting on this project, feel free to come up. We'll deal with the public hearing on all three proposals here, which are embodied in BA 395, BA 396, and BA 397. Simultaneously. We will vote on them separately, but I think we'll take testimony the way the staff presented the project. I think that'll be a little bit more cohesive for us. So when you come up, if you wish to comment, if you don't have something that you want to show the council on an overhead basis, I would suggest going to one of the side podiums. Make sure you give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And when the yellow light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. And we're firm about the time allowed here so that everybody has fair opportunity. So feel free to come on up. Good evening.
My name is Mark Donnelly. I live at 6821 St. Patrick's Lane. I did come up here back in November 20th and did bring up the question regarding the REUs that were assigned to the church. I did talk with Mr. Miller. I think shortly after that he did express that they weren't able to retake the traffic measurements due to the time of the season. I did mention this during the open house that I believe that number was on the low side because of the time of the year that it was taken, because in July when that was originally taken, that there's less church traffic, there's no religion classes typically on Wednesday night, school's not in session, and many neighbors are on vacation, and then people were just kind of avoiding the traffic counters. So I believe those traffic counter numbers are not accurate or true for the actual traffic on the street, and that they should be retaken, and I've expressed this before. Now, I believe somewhere in that packet there was a letter to the church explaining the two different measurements that were taken, and Chad and I discussed that. Now, if we were to go on the REU equivalent of what the church is, that would be about 9, because there's about 9 houses on one side of the street. The other side of the street is about 9. So, and as for entrances, there are 2 on Valley View. There's 2 on Gleason and 5 on St. Patrick's Lane. So, there you go.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Mark. Anyone else with respect to this proposed project?
I'll move, we'll close this public hearing.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded we close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. We have 3 project improvements in front of us. Let's have a little dialogue about this REU issue first with respect to St. Patrick's Lane portion of the project. Member Swenson.
I think Member Bennett makes a good point that what we have in writing is probably a stronger indication of where we need to go versus what we've done by practice. Now, that doesn't mean that in the future we shouldn't discuss this to make sure that we're not using an average of the 2, because I understood why you do what you do. But since what we have in writing currently is in square foot, then I would propose that we go with that for this particular project on St. Patrick's Lane.
Okay. Sequentially, we have Braemar Hills B first. That's the Scotia Drive, Circle Tupa Drive project. Is there a motion on that one, BA 395?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second with respect to that proposed project. Further discussion? And we need a roll call.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. The next one is BA 396, which is the St. Patrick's Lane reconstruction. I'll take a motion and a second on that one with the REU designation being clearly made as part of the motion.
I'll make a motion that we use 5.4 as the REU for St. Patrick's for this particular project.
Second.
All right. Further discussion on St. Patrick's Lane reconstruction?
Yes, just in terms of if we do decide to use the measurement method in the future, we're going to have to come up with some type of seasonal average. Otherwise, we're going to come up against this argument, because traffic patterns will vary throughout the year based on the use. So we want to be clearer than the practice we're using now.
Also, if there are other alternative policy additions that we should consider so that we have more than 2 choices on certain types of property, it would be good to know that as well. The point that Mark made was an interesting one, I thought. There's 9 houses along St. Patrick's Lane, and the notion that they're not taking as much traffic as the church collectively is an interesting one, I think. So anyway, if there are alternative methods of assigning REUs to this type of property, I'd like to know about that too.
Mr. Mayor, if you do pass that motion, we'll correct the pending assessment roll to reflect the correct REUs and the correct assessment per REU, because it'll drop it down to $10,830 per REU.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We got a motion and a second. We've got some discussion that's taken place. Any further discussion? All right. Roll call, please.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. Excuse me. And then the last one in this grouping is the Gleason Circle Reconstruction Improvement, BA 397. We have a motion and a second on that matter.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. The next public hearing is the Lake Edina neighborhood. That's BA 398, embodied in Resolution 2012-170.
Mayor, Council, let's talk about Lake Edina Neighborhood Roadway Improvements, BA 398. Project details. There's projects bordered on the west by Highway 100, on the south by the Fred Richards Golf Course, on the east by West Shore Drive, and on the north by 70th Street. There's 247 properties within this project area. Again, the project was initiated by city staff as part of the street reconstruction program. Streets were constructed in the 1960s. Normal maintenance was performed on the streets. Street pavement, again, is in poor overall condition. The PCI is in the low 20s in this neighborhood. Staff reviewed the utilities, and we found, again, spot locations of sanitary sewer trunk pipe repairs that would be needed, localized surface drainage and inlet capacity issues. The old-style fire hydrants and gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. Majority of the streets have curb and gutter. It's a barrier-type curb. The roadway widths are approximately 31 feet wide, poor pavement condition, and there's currently no sidewalks within the neighborhood. There's an existing sound wall that runs from West 70th Street to Hibiscus Avenue along the west side of Normandale Road. MnDOT owns that sound wall. They do not have a wall beautification program in place. When graffiti gets painted on that wall, they come out and whatever's in their trucks, they cover up the graffiti, as you can see by these photos. There's a neighborhood group that has contacted us and would like us to look at this as part of the project, so that's why we're including it here. MnDOT does not have any issues with us doing something to the backside of that wall, if we so choose. The photo on the right is near Larkspur Lane. There's a neighborhood group there that has been doing some plantings of vines and bushes to kind of cover that wall with a natural green setting. Drainage issues. This is the one that's identified in the city's comprehensive water resources plan. There's a potential for these backyards in Hibiscus to flood in a 100-year storm event. There's a few homes, their basements could be impacted by a big rain event. So we want to take a look at that area. Proposed roadway improvements. Again, we want to keep as much curb and gutter as we can, only performing spot repairs to the curb and gutters that would be paid under the storm sewer fund. We would recycle the existing pavement section and construct a new street. And there would be no new street lights proposed as part of this project. The intersection at Hibiscus Avenue and West Shore Drive is a very large pavement area. Typically, when we come into a neighborhood, we want to reduce that pavement area for environmental reasons, for stormwater drainage issues, and also for traffic calming to get these big swooping corners to kind of slow the traffic down. The individual at 4701 contacted us yesterday. He had concerns about this design, so we're going to work with that. If this project gets approved, we would work with that individual to potentially push this curb out a little further, make it more of a rounded curb like it is there today. He has concerns with that abrupt corner there. You know, ideally like to get West Shore Drive to kind of be of a T intersection. So it would be a similar layout to this, maybe some tweaks working with that homeowner if it gets approved. The sound wall, as we discussed at a neighborhood meeting whether to paint the wall or some other options. The consensus at that November 7th meeting was let's just spray paint the paint chips off this wall, get it to bare concrete, and then continue this planting style down Larkspur Lane. They've started these vines, and we could implement these vines all the way down to the end of the wall, down to Hibiscus Avenue. And this is about 5 years in, so in 4 or 5 years we could have that wall pretty well covered with vines. We would have into the warranty period where the contractor would have to maintain these plants for a set number of years. In there would be more than the sod warranty of 6 weeks if we do choose to go with this planting option. Proposed utility improvements. We would do spot sanitary sewer trunk pipe repairs. These would be done with open cut and cured in place technologies. We replace all the gate valves and upgrade the fire hydrants to the stores connections, and the spot curb and gutter repairs, and we'd install sump drain pipe wherever feasible within the neighborhood. we would try to add a storm pipe here on Hibiscus Avenue. This is where that potential backyard drainage issue may occur on a big 100-year storm event. I've talked with 2 of the residents here, and they're in favor of doing something in this area, so we're looking at potentially drilling in a pipe in the winter to use the lake as it's frozen to reduce some of the restoration items that occur during this thing, and then we finish the connections in the summer when the project would go forward. There's also some drainage issues at Aspatia and Larkspur where we may extend storm sewer pipe from Normandale Road down to this intersection to collect additional surface water. Sidewalk details. At the October 25th Edina Transportation Commission, they suggested to engineering staff that we look at the potential of sidewalks along Normandale and Hibiscus Avenue. In our staff report, we put recommended, that ETC recommended. That probably wasn't the best language to put in the study. We took their suggestions and we looked at the feasibility of sidewalks in this neighborhood. And from our engineering standpoint, if sidewalks were implemented, we feel it should be along the east side of Normandale Road and the north side of Hibiscus. Most of the chip generations from the pedestrians come from the neighborhood, and past practice by the city is to put those sidewalks as close to where the generation is occurring. There's also stop signs along these as they hit Normandale Road, so it's a stop condition where peds could cross those intersections along Normandale Road. If sidewalks are approved, all the way to Kellogg is what they suggested looking at, we would also suggest that the sidewalks continue to the south on Kellogg Avenue and potentially connect to this potential trail that goes through, it's a park and rec trail through the Lake Edina path or park there to Park Lawn Avenue. So feasibility, how would we get a sidewalk in here? These are some photos of Normandale Road on the left looking south. You can see the sound wall on the right. We have trees lining both sides of the roadway. This road is 31 feet wide. And the photo on the right is Hibiscus Avenue. There we have pretty open boulevards. There is some power poles, some concrete walls towards the end of Hibiscus Avenue. So you might ask, looking at that first photo on the right, how would we get a sidewalk in there? Our typical street section, if we had to go in and redo all the curb and gutter, is 27 feet face-to-face, or just over 28 feet back-to-back. So if we take the easterly curb line on Normandale Road and the northerly curb line on Hibiscus, we could shift that curb line over 3 feet, and that would allow us to implement the 5-foot boulevard and 5-foot walk to get the sidewalk in. It is feasible in some areas due to the trees or concrete fences. There's one stucco fence. This boulevard distance of 5 feet would have to get pretty narrow in some locations, so we go around the trees. There's 30 mature trees. We do not anticipate taking out any of those trees if the sidewalk was put in place. Project costs. For the sanitary sewer, we're estimating $337,000. For the water main, $393,000. Storm sewer, $1,370,000. For the sidewalks, if those get implemented, would be just under $400,000, and those would be paid from the franchise fee that got approved recently. And then the accessible items to the residents, the street improvements would be $3,043,000 estimated, and the sound wall improvements would be just under $50,000 to pressure wash the paint off and continue that planting along the whole length of the sound wall. Did you have a question, Member Swenson?
Wait till you're done.
Assessments, again, based on a residential equivalent unit. The assessment per REU is estimated at $12,500. Of that, the roadway is $12,300, and the sound wall portion is $200. There's a few duplexes with single ownership and a few duplexes with individual owners, and that's where the 0.8 REUs and the 1.6 REUs come into effect. So, and we're using that MSA, the state aid city policy, again for that calculation on those properties. Project schedule, same as the past project. Again, we're here tonight, and if the project gets ordered, we'll follow this production schedule for bidding and construction. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure in the Lake Edina neighborhood. Staff is recommending you authorize the Lake Edina neighborhood roadway improvements, BA 398. And I'll be happy to take questions at this
Member
time.
Swenson, do you want to lead off here?
If we were to delay the sidewalk, but prep it so that if it becomes part of the sidewalk plan, because I know this neighborhood, it isn't in our comp plan. We're still working on our sidewalk plan, safe routes to schools, safe routes to parks. And it's always easier when we put in a bike lane or something when it's been in a plan for a long time and there's been an expectation that it will or could happen at any time. We don't have that with this sidewalk, but my question to you is, can we build the roadway at 28 feet so that if it comes to fruition that it's in the plan and we move forward with it at some point in the future, that we can do it and still have a boulevard? So
It is feasible. Yes, it is feasible. The curb and gutter is out of the storm sewer fund, so our storm sewer number would be affected by that
Okay.
from all the extra new curb and gutter versus protecting the curb and gutter. But from a construction standpoint, that could be done that way, yes. It would,
Okay.
the other streets in the neighborhood would be narrower. You'd have your main street coming in being 27 feet versus all the rest 31. Would you notice that?
But we don't have
Probably not.
parking along that main street coming in, or we could avoid parking if that was the case, correct, Wayne?
You could avoid parking or actually sign up for no parking, at least on one side.
One side,
Yep, or
right.
the other, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Member Sprague?
Thank you. On page 13, it says if sidewalk is approved for the ETC route, staff would like the council to consider a sidewalk along Kellogg. And I know that will connect up with the potential Lake Edina pathway that appears in next year's CIP. So what would be the process for that? Would it be by our petition?
The process to put it in. as-
In the
to-
east side sidewalk link along Kellogg, running north and south.
You,
The motion, you would,
yeah, but, yeah, you could do it as part of a motion tonight, or else you could have, if you wanted to add it at a later date, you could direct staff to prepare plans and specifications and go take it to a public hearing, depending on which procedure that, or if we haven't identified a procedure for placement of sidewalks and prioritizing sidewalks out of the PAX fund yet. So, come next spring, we'll probably have a procedure down that'll be vetted publicly to, get input, and then we'll know what kind of procedure that will go to put in future sidewalks. But if you wanted to add it with this project, just put it as part of this motion tonight.
And in terms of Oak Lawn, that's another, in the comp plan, there are two segments identified through this area. One was down West Shore, which we missed that opportunity. The other one was kind of through Andover, through the park, and then down Oak Lawn and south along Kellogg to the park. Is Oak Lawn scheduled for reconstruction anytime in the near future? That's a concrete way.
Yep, we have not identified our concrete roadways for reconstruction yet. We're hoping in the next year or so is that we'll start prioritizing the different concrete streets and what we'll do with the concrete streets in the future.
So that's an unknown at this
Yep,
point?
yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Member Brendel?
Thank you. Hello, Chad. Regarding sidewalk, one of the questions, if we were to consider a sidewalk, was why would it go along the east side of Hibiscus instead of the west? There are more crossings there, and I think that was one of the concerns of the, and I think we probably got more than one letter with that question in it. So I'd like to have you address that, because it just kind of will help everybody to understand that why sidewalks go where they go.
sure.
And then I have another question for you. Thank you.
You
Can I-
meant why the east side of Normandale and the north side of Hibiscus?
Yes.
Why is he recommending that versus
Yes, thank you.
west side of
Yep.
Normandale and south side of Hibiscus?
Thank you.
Which is a route that some residents prefer.
Sure.
If we're
When
going
you,
to do that.
if you recall, when you come in the neighborhood from 70th Street, The West Boulevard there's not room for a sidewalk until you get down past Lakespur and Aspasia Lane. If we were to put sidewalk along that, the plantings that the neighborhood group in Lakespur put in would potentially have to come out. And they worked with the city 5 years ago to get funding and assistance watering those plantings. The other point is the generation of pedestrians from the neighborhood itself. We prefer to have them hit the sidewalk right from the neighborhood versus crossing Normandale Road to get to the sidewalk where there's no stop conditions. That's a through street with no stop signs. We have stop conditions already on the side streets, so that would be easily implemented where the cars already have to stop at that location to do that. So that was our reasoning why we went on the east side of Hibiscus. And if we go down the east side of Hibiscus, we felt we should just turn the corner, don't make another street crossing, and go down the north side of Hibiscus Avenue. And again, it reduces the crossings down at Kellogg. We would have 2 crossings there versus 1 if we had it on the south side of Kellogg. So,
Thank you. There are some other sidewalk projects upcoming that have kind of the same which side makes the most sense. So the more information we get out there about the thought process behind it, that there is indeed a method, the better. My other comment that I'd like, or a question that I'd like to have you talk about, is stormwater on Normandale. It's a problem. The stormwater on Normandale Road, it really does, it gets deep. About 1 rain a summer, maybe 2 rains a summer. It's a little scary in there because it's kind of it's a closed channel where all the water just gets contained in that area. So if you would, I know you went over it in the PowerPoint, but I'd like to see a little more detail on just exactly what's proposed and how that's going to relieve the problem on Normandale and Hibiscus.
are you talking the actual Normandale Road has drainage issues, or that backyard on Hibiscus towards West Shore Drive?
I thought it included Normandale, but I know it does include Hibiscus.
Hibiscus for sure. Normandale Road, when you brought that, we haven't got a lot of questionnaires about Normandale Road.
All right.
If there is localized flooding, we'd rather have the roadway hold some of the water versus somebody's basement. So if there's a short period of time in the roadway, but from what I recall from the questionnaires and looking at the comprehensive stormwater, I don't think Normandale Road has a major issue. The issue is in this location. This is West Shore Drive coming down to Hibiscus. This low area drains much of the backyard of the properties to the north. You can see this drainage area heading up West Shore Drive. All that water is just landlocked. This is a low point versus these other backyards drain down into the street. So as this fills up, this storm pipe is under-designed to handle the storm water in that location. In a big storm, this resident told me here that the water did come up to the bricks on their landscaping patio, and that held the water back, but it was high enough. If it wasn't waterproof retaining wall, it would have went into their basement water well. So we're trying to address that stormwater issue in this backyard by directionally drilling a parallel pipe. It's too shallow to pipe burst a new pipe in, and we don't want to open cut a pipe all through the yard. So we would offset it. There's an easement there. We could put in another pipe 8 to 10 feet off the existing one and put dual pipes in and connect it to the other one and a dual pipe down to the lake, and that would double the capacity of that storm sewer system in that location.
Okay. Are there enough storm drains?
Well, we'd also add a few drains there too, yep, because that does flood. Yep, we'd add the inlet capacity when we added. Right now, the pipes, the inlets put more in than the pipes can handle. So when we put another pipe in, we can add some more inlets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, in reference to the gentleman who asked about the front curve at 4701 Hibiscus, I like the resolution you're talking about of making it a more gradual curve across that whole intersection. So I like what I see there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Member Bennett and then Member Swenson.
Thank you. Mr. Milner, one of the things that struck me was how many places people were finding issues with water, including the two of the lots that abut the public property that's just to the west of Arneson Acres and the gardens that the Garden Council maintains. There was some written question or comment about the drains having become clogged over the years with vegetation, and that the earth itself has moved around the drains. Is there some maintenance or reconstruction that's anticipated to improve that condition?
Yeah, I can show you again on the, get my map here. So the area you're discussing is a piece of Arneson Acres right up in this area of Larkspur Lane. I met with this resident here because she had submitted a question saying this drain, it looks really bad. So there is 2 structures in the roadway, and it basically drains out to this field, which is about 3 feet lower than the street. It just looks like a football field sunk down, and it's designed to hold water. That's what it's designed to do. Okay. In a big rain event, it fills up with water. It doesn't get to the structures of the homes based on our models, and we haven't seen that. The storm sewer that we had talked about at this area would take some of that water down Normandale Road instead, to just reduce some of the water going into that thing. The other issue that she brought up was the outlet. It's just a flared end section that goes into this sunken football field, if you want to call it, and it needs maintenance. It looks bad. There's a big hole, and there's bushes, weeds. It's a mess, and we were going to include that as part of the project if it went forward.
Great. Great. It sounds like it's been serving its intended purpose, but not so well recently, and it sounds like some improvements are anticipated.
The maintenance hasn't been done on it, yep.
I also noted water at Larkspur and Normandale, or concerns about water, mid-block on the south of Larkspur, on Trillium at where Larkspur joins, at Trillium and Hibiscus, at Menard and Hibiscus, at West Shore Drive and Hibiscus. So it sounds like there's a major plan that's going to...
These are localized. They're like little driveway aprons that have sunk. And what we plan to do is any of these puddles that are there today, that's the spot curb and gutter repairs. Take them out, put them in, and the drainage will keep going down the street. So over time, it's just sunk. There's some low areas, and we would address those that way.
Good to hear that will be part of the project. I also noted comments in these answers to these surveys, and then also with the previous matter in terms of trash haulers and organized and multiple. And that's a question I'll refer to Manager Neal. I know it's something that we have surveyed residents about citywide, and just wanted to make response to that. And then I have a follow-up to that.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes,
please,
in their answers to surveys, residents in the previous project and this one questioned the number of trash trucks that are on city streets every week, and I know that we asked in our quality of life survey about that, and
we did. As you recall, I think 2011 when we did our first quality of life survey, we did do several questions asking residents for their feedback on the concept of what we refer to as organized hauling, where a city government either contracts that service directly as a city government on behalf of its residents, or there's some other mechanism that reduces the number of trash haulers in the community. We got back a very mixed response to that question, as you'll recall, almost a 25, 25, 25, 25, I mean, 4 distinct patterns. But we have been continuing to talk about that, and I know that our ETC and the council has been considering asking one of our commissions, not ETC, but EEC actually, to consider that as part of their work plan for the upcoming year.
And it's not an instant change, is it?
It is not an instant change. In fact, there's I believe an 18-month process or notice period by which a city has to give notice of all the different private trash haulers in the community that we are considering implementing that new change. So even if we could make that change, even if we decided tonight, we'd be well into 2014 before it would actually take effect.
And I know that the legislature has had some discussion about that, including a measure that would require compensation of businesses that had been hauling in a city. That one did not pass, but nor did something that would have changed the process in the other direction.
That's true. But so the 18-month notice period is still in effect right now.
Okay. And we also know, I believe, and this was some things that people came forward with at the town hall meeting, that residents are actually organizing themselves and some of their neighbors into approaching haulers with neighbors who are interested in using the same hauler.
We did hear a few examples of that at our town hall meeting in November. The prohibition on organized hauling is just the prohibition for the city to organize it. Citizens, neighborhood associations, all could be organizing that activity right now if they wanted to, and they're not under any 18-month notice. They're customers just like any other customer.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions based on what the information or concerns that I saw raised in the survey. One was about the wall, the sound wall being too short at particular locations. Is there any variation in the height of that wall that we as a city can ask to have addressed?
Council Bennett and Council, I don't believe, we could ask the sound wall folks at MnDOT if they could analyze the wall, and I know they've analyzed the wall. I don't have those results in front of me of taking measurements out in the neighborhood, but we could ask them if they could raise it in certain areas. I would highly doubt it because it's not on their priority list, and so unless it's identified on their priority list, similar to other areas in the city, I would suspect that it's a long ways out if it was even if it did make it to the list.
Could you expand a little bit on their priority list, because it's kind of an interesting, it's a good piece of information to have.
Right. The baseline test, a combination of decibels and housing density.
That's right. What MnDOT has done is they've analyzed all the missing gaps of sound walls in the metro area, and I believe a little bit of outer state, but pretty much in the metro area, and they've looked at it as the density of homes adjacent to the freeway system, the amount of decibels that are produced from the freeway to those homes, put into a formula, and then they prioritize different areas in town. The quickest or the earliest that we have for a stretch of sound wall in Edina is just to the northwest here along from Minnehaha Creek to Vernon Avenue, and that's scheduled for 2018 by their priority list. An example of one that's scheduled or on their priority list, I believe, is down 100 just south of Benton Avenue that we looked up, and I think that was 245th or something like that on their list or something. And that was, they do about 1 to 2 projects a year. So that one is not going to be done in anybody's lifetime here. So yeah, they're funding. They only have about a little over $1 million to $2 million a year of funding for sound walls. So until they get some increased funding, we're a long ways out on most of our sound walls, so having them fund the sound walls.
Well, there is one that's number 21 on the list, and it's along 169 between Valley View and Crosstown. So we're hoping they find some money soon.
Right.
Member Swenson. Were we done,
No,
member?
I thought I'll save my question
Yeah.
for after the public hearing part.
Just 2 quick traffic control questions and 1 sidewalk question. The 2 traffic control questions are, what is the status of the right on red at 70th Street? That was in someone's comment that they found that was interfering with people getting in and out of the neighborhood safely, and pedestrian movement.
Yep. The status on the right would be the northbound off-ramp from 100 onto 70th Street. I don't have a status update on that, but I will look into that and get back to the City Council. I did ask our consultant, transportation consultant, to take a look at it and submit that to MnDOT, but I don't know where we're at.
I know that was something we were discussing and anticipating a few years ago in terms of improving life for people throughout the area. And then finally, there was the second transportation question, stop sign at West Shore Drive and Hibiscus, apparently 2-way stop at this time. There's a question about a 4-way stop, and again, the safety of movement around the area.
We can take a look at that intersection, and I would recommend that we take a look at it after the project is done and after we realign that intersection and do an analysis to see if it meets warrants for stop signs. We'd hate to put in stop signs if they don't meet warrants because it gives people a false sense of security when they're coming up to the stop sign. And in a lot of cases, if they don't meet warrants, people will actually run the stop signs. We've had cases in the city, and which leads to accidents, obviously. So I'd recommend, if you want us to look at that we look at it after the project is complete.
And then my last question is a sidewalk question, but specifically snow removal. And I saw in the correspondence and in the comments from the open house, the meeting, that residents were informed that should a sidewalk be built, that they would be responsible for snow removal. But it is a 5-foot sidewalk that would be built if it were approved, correct?
Yes, in our current practice right now for snow removal on sidewalks is if their sidewalks are school destination sidewalks or sidewalks adjacent to municipal state aid routes, is that the city actually maintains those sidewalks with snow removal, and if there's panels that have settled or need replacement, we replace or maintain those types of sidewalks. If there's sidewalks in local neighborhoods or on local roadways, the adjacent homeowner maintains these. In this area here, we would consider that a local neighborhood until we review our pedestrian and our future. When we look at the pedestrian studies in the future, I think that's something that we have to talk about is what do we do with some of these local sidewalks and who maintains the local sidewalks in the future.
I think I have some confusion because I'm looking at the feasibility study that was, I understand, a draft for West 42nd Street, and it says under maintenance of sidewalk, 5-foot wide sidewalks are considered city sidewalk. Maintenance for city sidewalks will be the responsibility of the city, including snow removal. 4-foot wide sidewalks are considered local sidewalks. Maintenance for local sidewalks will be the responsibility of the residents, including snow removal. So this may be another place where we need to make sure that our policy is clear and consistent.
Yeah, what you read there doesn't match our ongoing practice right now.
We want to make sure that whatever we have in written policy, I think, matches our
Right.
practice.
Yep.
Member Sprague?
Thank you. Can you identify the 9 Mile Creek Trail on the map and talk about that strategic link and then how that relates to the sidewalk going in? Because I know it's coming in on the west side of Lake Edina. I'm just wondering if there will be a pathway or some type of connection where this sidewalk to be approved.
Sure. Get my map up again.
By the way, Director Houle, do you know the status? I know the funding was approved for that half of the trail system. Do you know when approximately the trail is slated to be constructed? Range?
I want to say, and maybe Mayor Hovland can help me out on being on the tab, is that the funding for the 9 Mile Trail, the easterly half, is I believe it's 2016, 2017 funding, I believe.
That's correct.
Yep.
But that's only half of it.
Right. Yep.
But it's this half.
It's the east half.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. It would be from Tracy Avenue to the Richfield border. Yep.
I think Three Rivers was awarded $7 to $9 million, somewhere in that range for the first half.
Yep.
So your question on the alignment of the trail, it would come down Park Lawn, which is way on the right-hand side of this map, down Park Lawn to 77th Street. It would go just short 77th, and it would be on the south side of the Fred Richards Golf Course. It'd be right on that border of the city property along there. It would hit Highway 100 and come up to about the mid-lake part, and there would be a pedestrian bridge over 100 that would make the connection across 100. Your question was, could there be a connection made between, if the sidewalk went in on Hibiscus, could this area be a connection point? That could be looked at in the future.
Is that city or MnDOT?
That's a city property.
Okay.
There's, MnDOT owns
some of the right-of-way
some of the
closer
right-of-way,
to
and
the
the city owns the rest. So there would be potential, if that is part of our sidewalk plan in the future, to extend a trail or a sidewalk path, what have you, in that area.
Actually, I thought we looked at that before you got here. I thought we looked at that in conjunction with the Burgundy Place project and the Pentagon Park project. Was that trail looping along the west side of, recreational trail along the west side of Lake Edina and then looping on the south side through the owner's property to connect over to Park Lawn.
Yeah, I think you want neighborhood access on that side. So that was good planning. Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Milner right now? I've got one for you. Just remind me now, as you come off 70th onto Normandale Boulevard and between 70th and Larkspur on Normandale, are you proposing that the road surface be reduced from 31 feet to 28 feet?
No, if we're not doing sidewalks, it would stay as it is today. We'd keep all the curb and gutter, protect as much as we could. If a sidewalk went in, then we'd have to do the shift that I discussed of that 3-foot area. And then, but right at 70th, we would look at, there's a right-hand turn there now. We would probably keep that opening the same because we'd have a little bit more right-of-way to work with up at that point. So it would probably come in at the same and neck down.
Sure.
And
I was concerned about that because of the fact that our average daily traffic volume on Normandale Road north of Larkspur to 70th is our highest volume in that neighborhood by far, at over 1,200 cars a day.
Yep.
So, and just to be clear, the staff is not recommending sidewalks as part of this overall project.
It's not in the study.
You are saying that they are feasible based on the request that you had from the ETC, the Edina Transportation
Correct.
Commission.
It's
to just take a
feasible.
look at whether they were feasible or not.
Yeah, it's feasible. It's not in the comp plan. The traffic, as you stated, typically we install sidewalks 5 to 700 ADT. That's met on the first few streets on the top of Normandale Road. Past that, it doesn't meet those past practice of the city, so it's not recommended in the study.
Okay. And Member Sprague, did you say that little trail piece from Kellogg to Parklawn on the north side of Richards was in the CIP for next year?
Correct. $85,000 is set
right,
aside
thank
for
you.
that. Yep.
All right. Member Brindle.
Just clarification on the sidewalk recommendation or not recommendation. It was one person's, my understanding is the recommendation did not come from ETC, but it was maybe a recommendation mentioned in a meeting by one person, but wasn't carried forward as a recommendation by ETC.
You mean a recommendation that sidewalks be put in,
Yes.
or a recommendation to study the feasibility of it?
Suggestion that they study it.
Yeah, a request that they look at.
A request that they study it, not that it be included
Not
in
that it
this
be a
project.
recommendation. Yeah.
So I just want that to be noted so that it doesn't get reflected that it is an ETC recommendation. Because on the flip side, that's what I'm hoping we get in the broader look on sidewalks and how we implement them in our city. That's what we're going to look for from ETC.
I
Can I ask one-
didn't hear that you said it was a ETC recommendation.
It was a suggestion that staff take a look at it. I guess my question, you said one individual recommended it. Was that within the ETC, or were you talking?
It was at an
okay.
ETC meeting in October.
Okay, yeah, they suggested that staff take a look at it to see if it's feasible.
It's a request to study.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess,
Member Bennett?
well, follow up on that. So when staff did take a look at it and did the draw-up and the feasibility study, as it were, that did not go back then to the ETC for review or any comment, correct?
No, they received a study in September. ETC had project maps in June, July. They got the draft studies in September. They had the meeting October 25th and reviewed the studies, and the suggestion came out. So our thoughts were, we don't want to come to this meeting tonight and surprise the neighbors with a sidewalk. So we had a sidewalk informational meeting November 7th. And then the studies were due right after that, so we got that information to you guys for a chance to review that. So it did not go back to the ETC after their October 25th meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Milner. Stand by. We'll bring you back up, I'm sure. So, folks, we're going to open this up now for public hearing. We welcome your comments, any inquiries you might have. If you have questions, we're going to probably aggregate those questions over the course of testimony, and then we'll get those answered all in one fell swoop here at the end of the hearing. So again, if you want to come up, use one of the side podiums. You'll have 3 minutes, and we welcome your participation. Welcome.
I'm Tom Wexler. I live at 7520 Cahill Road, so I no longer live in the subject neighborhood. But for 35 years, up until about 4 years ago, I lived at the end of Larkspur Lane, adjoining the frontage road. And approximately 5 years ago, the Larkspur neighbors got together to do plantings along the sound wall, and that's what I want to talk to you about. Because I've continued to participate with those neighbors in the care of the plantings. And so the plantings include, if you haven't visited that area, about a 30-foot garden at the end of Larkspur, and then lilac bushes all along the wall from Larkspur to 70th Street, and periodic vines along the wall. The configuration of the wall is important for you to understand, because at the 70th Street end of the wall is maybe 12, 15 feet high. As it progresses to the south, the topography has little hills, and so the height of the wall becomes less. But at the Larkspur Lane to 70th Street end of the wall, it was just a big concrete wall, very unattractive. And so about a dozen households on Larkspur Lane got together and did these plantings and have continued to maintain the plantings along the wall. That maintenance includes maybe a dozen visits a year by the Larkspur residents and myself to maintain the plantings. That maintenance includes, to the extent we're able, watering those plants. And for years, when we lived there, we ran our hose across the street so we could water those and keep them alive. Watering is a problem. And so Mr. Milner's presentation appears to be a little unclear as to what he has in mind for those plantings. It takes years for those vines to get going, and those vines have now started to take hold. And my understanding of the presentation is that the proposal is to take them down, do what they're going to do, and plant new vines. So another 5 years will pass by before they'll mature again. But they'll only mature if they're watered. And there is no watering system along that wall. If you want to put in a watering system, that would be wonderful. But for the purpose of maintaining the work effort that we've put in for the past 5 years to plant those vines, to plant the lilac bushes, and to make that area more attractive, that would be discouraging if that were to be taken down at this point.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Wexler. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Chuck Wojak. I live 7212 Trillium Lane. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the sidewalks in the neighborhood. I've been there for now 15 years, do a lot of biking, a lot of walking and stuff, and I actually prefer the wider streets being at 31 feet. I do a lot of biking. With roads are wider, biking is better. I think I just want to point out, too, that the surveys that came out, there's a very low response rate for acceptance for the sidewalks. I think there's about 8% of the surveys came back wanting a sidewalk. So the sidewalks, I don't think the residents, what I've talked, a lot of the residents do not really think a sidewalk's necessary. I think it was mentioned before, sidewalks were not in the comprehensive plans. So I think you had mentioned that maybe it takes, we might want to look at that a little bit more. There were some, I got some pictures here. There were some pictures that were shown, but let me show. I think one question kind of came up on snow removal.
Let me give you a handheld. We're going to get you a handheld microphone, Mr. Wojak, so that you can stand there and it'll be a little easier for you to work.
Okay, and one of the things was the snow removal, and up along Hibiscus here, a lot of the residents have fences, trees, and stuff like this. There's very limited areas to throw the snow, and I just took these this morning here. I don't know where the residents will be putting the snow. Snow removal is a big deal, especially coming down the Hibiscus area. I know they mentioned that no trees would be removed as part of that, and I like that plan, and I had some pictures, but it didn't turn out. On the corner of Hibiscus and Normandale, there's a bunch of trees on the corner there. I don't know how those trees would survive and where the sidewalks would go. I am the owner of the stucco fence that was mentioned there. There's some pictures of it there. So I think this neighborhood was designed without sidewalks. It kind of grew up without sidewalks. I think having the sidewalks there are going to be a semi-issue with where to put the sidewalks. My fence right there is 2 feet higher than the grade. The grade from the street really goes down pretty steep at that area. So to get a sidewalk on the plans are fairly level to the curb level, I think it's going to be an issue with my fence. The neighbor across the way, their driveway is fairly steep too, and to go in 10 feet fairly level. And I don't know if you looked at that on some of the driveways coming in are fairly steep there. So I think there's some real technical issues there. I don't think it's a real benefit to the neighborhood. I do a lot of dog walking and jogging in the areas, and I don't see a benefit to the sidewalk. I don't think the sidewalk really goes anywhere in that direction, so you don't see a lot of people using that area, so I guess.
Thanks, Mr. Wojcik. A quick question for you. I walked your neighborhood Saturday afternoon, and I walked by your fence, your house. What's the distance from the fence to the street there? The present distance?
The distance goes, the road curves in that area. The narrowest part's 9 feet, but I think on the other area it's like 15 feet.
Okay.
So on the corners there, I think it's like 15 feet.
Thank you. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. And I'm Lisa Koenig. I also live on Larkspur Lane, and I echo what Tom had shared about our 4905 Larkspur Lane.
And would you give us your name again, too, please?
Lisa Koenig.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes, and I echo what Tom had said about our neighborhood, and it's not, it's our entire block, all of Larkspur Lane, that has gone together and maintained this garden for the last 5 years. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity around when they pressure wash the wall, whether those vines and our plantings and everything are going to be protected, or if they're coming, I wasn't clear if they're coming down and replanted, or if they're...
We'll get a clarification on that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Koenig. And I think, unless you have overheads, again, I would just remind you, come on up and use the side podium there.
Hi, my name's Liz Horseman, and I live at 4708 Hibiscus Avenue. And so we're right along the sidewalk path, which is what I'm up here to discuss. And I agree with Mr. Wojcik about the snow removal of the sidewalks, and that does trouble me because sidewalks aren't a feature of this particular neighborhood, and to have one street with a sidewalk seems a little onerous to me on the owners that are bordering that sidewalk and the snow removal issue. And to be perfectly selfish, also, I wonder if a young family is looking to move into the area, they see our house, which we're a pie shape, and the crust is at the street, so we have quite a bit of snow removal that we would have to do. And I would see a young couple coming in and seeing our house and seeing a house a block away and thinking, boy, I'm not going to buy that house because I have to remove that snow, and I wouldn't have to remove snow at the other house. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But the other issue that I'd like to bring up is my understanding is you have a new engineer that may be joining the department in the spring who's going to be taking, if I'm correct in my understanding, a comprehensive look at different issues and sidewalks being one of them. And I personally would love to see a comprehensive citywide sidewalk plan. Instead of going through each neighborhood and saying, let's look at this one neighborhood and let's find one street in one neighborhood. I'd love to see a comprehensive plan throughout the city so it can be a walkable city, but really a plan that makes sense for all the residents. And my last point is we've been talking about connecting the Hibiscus Kellogg sidewalk to, I think it's the bike path to the north of Fred Richards Golf Course. And I have some concerns about that as well. About 15 years ago, myself and another neighbor worked quite hard to try to petition the city and the Parks Department to put a play area in. And there's actually a footprint for a play area north of Fred Richards. And that was the plan when the golf course was built, that the play area that was in the golf course would be replaced with a play area to the north of the golf course. But there was neighborhood opposition from the residents living along that area. And at that time, the city, the park department, I'm not sure exactly who, it was a park department meeting, decided that it was too much of a safety issue because we have too many golf balls coming over the fence and they could potentially hit people in that play area. And the play area is actually quite a bit removed from where the path would be. So to me, the likelihood of it being more dangerous in the path is that it would be more dangerous in the path. So I have concerns about when push comes to shove whether that path would actually go in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tom Lyon, and I live at 7208 Trillium Lane. And I'm not on the Hibiscus sidewalk path, but I am here to voice my displeasure, I think, in the approach of putting in a sidewalk in the neighborhood. And I look at it from the perspective of your responsibility as stewards of our community. The cost was projected at $400,000, of which was to come from the franchise fee, as I understand it, which next year is projected to generate about $1 million of revenue for the city of Edina. So this project, which is not necessarily being demanded by the residents, is consuming over a third of your revenue from the franchise fee, when there may be other areas that would be better, that funding be better applied. I was at the last council meeting, and the discussions came up about the golf dome, and that there may be a shortage of funding from insurance to reconstruct the golf dome. I don't know what the agreements were struck between the city and the utilities as far as this franchise fee goes, but I would hope that the council would take a long, hard look at where this funding could be better used, where there's a more unanimous demand on the part of the residents to have that particular amenity. So I just appreciate your taking a good, hard look at how that funding is being spent, and that's all I've got.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Lyons.
Good evening. I'm Robert Winder, 6533 Parnell Avenue in Edina. I've got several questions that some of our neighbors have asked, and number one is we'd like to confirm for the Normandale Roadway Improvement Project, confirm that the street reconstruction means the tear out and install cost for the street. And we'd like to confirm that it's 4 inches of thickness. And
Mr. Winder, I don't want to interrupt you, but we're not on the Parnell project yet.
Oh, I thought we already completed that. The Normandale?
We're on Lake Edina right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll come back later.
Thanks for your eagerness, but you're up next. Maybe you want to chime in on the sidewalk issue. All right.
I have some visual aids that we'll pass around. These are pictures. I didn't want this to count on my 3 minutes. My name is Don Anderson. I live at 4908 Larkspur Lane. I am here tonight to request the proposed sidewalk construction as part of the larger Lake Edina Roadway construction project to be abandoned and not approved. I'm speaking specifically about the portion of the sidewalk which would be the east side of the frontage road from 70th Street southward to Hibiscus Avenue. My objection to the sidewalk construction is based mainly on the requirement of the property owners to clear the sidewalk of snow. This requirement would be almost impossible for the average homeowner to accomplish physically, and the cost, if done and billed by the city of Edina, would be an ongoing cost which would negatively affect the value of the properties and would also limit their saleability. My request is based on the following points. 1, the city should not build the sidewalk in the first place. The residents, in a recent poll, overwhelmingly, that's 90% of the vote, said they did not want sidewalks. 2, if the sidewalk is in fact built, the city should be willing to maintain it by clearing it of snow at no cost to the adjoining properties, to the adjoining property owners. The cost and or physical effort on the part of the property owner would be prohibitive. The property owners could have illnesses, physical injuries, or out-of-town travel, which would make this maintenance commitment impossible. The city already maintains the parkway in the summer by mowing it, and it makes sense to continue the maintenance of the parkway when in the winter. 3, the amount of snow removal would be almost impossible for the average property owner with typical snow shovel and snow blower equipment. I personally have 275 feet of frontage, and the house on the corner of 70th Street and the frontage road would have 172 feet to shovel. I submit the sets of 7 photographs on the frontage road from the snowstorm we just had on Sunday. The piles of snow along the curb line would have to be removed if the sidewalk were there. Not only is the original snowfall of 10 inches, but the snowplow doubles or triples the amount to be cleared. The picture shows that due to trees along the frontage road, the sidewalk would have to be along the curbing rather than the setback of 12 to 15 feet, such as the sidewalks along 70th Street. The proposed roadway construction project already will be $12,000 plus to all the property owners of the neighborhood. I think the sidewalk maintenance requirement would be an ongoing cost, which is unfair to the adjoining frontage road property owners. It seems that the sidewalk project was proposed solely as a way to spend available funding. I would submit that the funds allocated to the building of these sidewalks be used to reduce other costs, such as the cost of the roadway, and to be spread out in that way.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Thank you. Come on, folks. There may be some other folks, neighbors of yours, with contrary opinions. Let's just be polite to everybody here. You were asked not to applaud or indicate any signs of emotion about certain speakers, or certain positions that speakers might take. So appreciate it if you'd just maintain the decorum. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Dave Bourne. I live on 4701 Hibiscus. I'm the house that I sent an email to the city council last week, and I did talk to Mr. Milner about in front of my house with the curve. I just wanted to reiterate that, it has a nice curve now. Pretty much the road all around the lake has a nice curve. Our house, is at an angle too, so I'm worried if there's a big corner on there or something, or even a small corner, it might make it look odd. And that's about it. I'm fine with reducing the size of the intersection and changing it a little bit, but I really like the curve looks nice, and I'd encourage you to keep the curve. Also, I was just going to mention for water, there is water built up, and it's usually always just west of West Shore Drive on that intersection. So I think some kind of a pipe would be good. On one occasion, about 6 years ago, I went out and it was over my knee, so it was pretty deep. A couple times it was from leaf bags coming down, shooting down West Shore Drive and sticking in the storm drains. Yep. Yeah, but maybe there's no leaf bags anymore, so maybe that won't be a problem. But all the water does come, all the water comes shooting down West Shore Drive. Okay. Just maybe
All right. Have you talked to the engineers about that?
I didn't mention that at all.
Thank you.
If I can just mention to the stop sign, I personally don't see a big need for the stop sign. I mean, I wouldn't be super opposed to it, but I don't see a need. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Bourne. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's TJ Brink. I live at 7252 Menardo Lane, and I'm here to talk about the sidewalks, and I can't believe we're spending any time talking about sidewalks in this neighborhood. I'm living in a house that my wife's parents bought and built in 1959. We have lived in this neighborhood for the entire time with her family. This neighborhood does not need sidewalks. What I don't understand is why the Edina Transportation Commission would even look at it, because it doesn't meet any of their requirements for sidewalks in Edina. The average speed data that was collected doesn't support it. The crash incident data for that area doesn't support it. The traffic volumes are only supported for the 2 blocks coming in from Normandale from 70th down past Larkspur. Beyond that, once you get to West Shore Drive, you're less than 200 cars a day. Kellogg, you're talking about 3 cars a day, maybe. I don't understand why the Edina Transportation Commission or this council would even consider spending $10 to do this, let alone $400,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Gary Fry, excuse my cold. I live at 4921 Trillium Lane on the corner, and snow removal is a concern. It's 140 feet long there. It's a heavily salted road, so it does get thick and crusted. The road is currently 30 feet wide. It's now 26 feet wide with the snow narrowing it another 3 feet makes it smaller, especially on the curve where there was an accident this last snow. That curve is tight coming into the neighborhood, especially now with the snow making it smaller. Doesn't make a lot of sense. The neighbor across the street also does not want the sidewalk with the snow.
Okay. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I speak again on another topic?
No, sir.
That was part of this?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can send us a note.
Yeah, you can, well, yeah, we're going to make a decision tonight, so. But if it's, yeah, let me just finish this thought. If it's something that's germane to, something we could work on later, you can send a note to the city.
Information about the wall, the height of the wall. Somebody had a question.
Yeah, we'll have to hold on that. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Schellhaus. I'm TJ Brink's wife. I live at 7252 Menardo. We haven't lived there the whole time, but we bought a house about 10 years, maybe 7 years ago, but I did grow up there for 20 years. On the corner of Menardo and Hibiscus, I think we have over 100 feet that we would have a sidewalk placed on. I'd probably still be shoveling it if it had been placed there because we don't have a snowblower. In addition to that, I was at the November 6th meeting, and I was sort of taken by surprise when we got the notice in the mail that this was even a topic, because back in August we were led to believe it wasn't on the agenda. And when we were at the November meeting, we were sort of told, well, it was not, I guess somebody thought it was a good idea, so that we're going to spend all the time and money studying it, and that they didn't want to blindside you. And it was not, we're not on a school route, we're too far away. And then we were told, oh, it's because there's going to be a park, Three Rivers Park. So I did contact Three Rivers Park, and I can't remember the name of the gentleman with whom I spoke. No, that's not in the plans there. This is not one of those things that if you build the sidewalks, they will come. And moreover, 15, 20 years from now, if they do decide to do that and, bear the wrath of the golf balls that are going to be coming in, which is my understanding why there's a chain link fence preventing people from getting access into the park right now, and that's been the case, I think, for more than a year and a half. If it ever is built, you can reconsider it then. That was the idea. That's what was being pushed on us about supporting. We need the parks the sidewalks in order to get to this park. There is no big trail system coming in with Three Rivers right now. So I wanted to add that.
Thanks, Rich. All right. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing. Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And we'll go to discussion on this matter.
Well, we had some questions. So
yeah, we did.
List, Mayor? Or?
Yeah, I can. First was question from Mr. Wexler about the watering system. Is there a watering system that's proposed here? How are we going to handle the watering if there is no system proposed? And then also the question that he had, as well as somebody else, about can we take care of the covering over of the graffiti, the paint on the wall, without disturbing too much the plantings that are already on the wall, the vines and the other things next to the wall?
Yes, Mayor, I should have clarified a little bit on the plantings at Larkspur Lane. The intent is to save those plantings. Like you said, it's been a 5-year program to get those to the maturity they're at. We would pressure wash as close as we could safely with protecting those plants. We'd leave those as is. So there may be some graffiti that's still left near those plantings, but we don't want to damage those plants. The question about an irrigation system, if we put those plants in, we're under the understanding that those are drought-resistant plants after they do get established, so we would have a 3 to 4 year maintenance period similar to 70th Street with the landscaping, and we feel after that time those plants would be hardy enough to handle a drought year. We typically do not put irrigation systems in boulevard areas, as he had asked.
All right, and if we do hit a period of drought, we have the equipment to be able to bring water to places that need water or plants that need water. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Mayor and Council, yes, the Public Works and Parks Maintenance does have equipment to water plants, but we'd encourage people, though, if they could, during drought periods, after that maintenance period, and we'll take a look at it after the maintenance period, see if we have to extend the maintenance period for a year or so, just, if we have drought conditions and we get a good price on extending that maintenance period. But we'd encourage people to adopt the wall like the Larkspur folks have, and keep the weeds out of it, and if we get into drought conditions, is to run a hose over there and water it. We've had that occur in some of the landscape islands over off of West Shore and 66th Street, where some of the adjoining residents have kind of taken over some of those landscape islands and pulled the weeds out of them, and in drought conditions is water them for us, and kind of help us out, because it is their neighborhood, and we want it to look good. The residents want it to look good, so I think if we work together, we can keep them going over the years.
What's the difficulty, potential difficulty in just putting in a couple of sprinkler heads somewhere? I mean, not an irrigation system, but where if you had to access it, we'd have a way of turning something on that was on the boulevard itself, or on the wall side of Normandale Road.
You mean a hydrant or a faucet?
Yeah, a faucet.
A water tap is what you're asking, not a sprinkler head, but a hydrant.
Not a hydrant, but I've seen systems that people can turn on periodically. They're just stationary faucets. They stick a foot or two above the ground. Now you got a mowing issue over there.
Yep, you'd have a mowing issue. You'd also have a winterization issue. They'd have to come back and winterize them every year. You'd have a potential issue of backflow into the system, so we'd have to make sure we'd have a proper backflow valve so that somebody could come up and attach something and put unwanted water back into our system. There is some issues by just putting a hydrant or
Sure.
a
Still got to be
hose bib
drained
out
down
in
in
the
the
public
fall.
areas.
Yeah, thank you.
And it would need to be locked.
And then with Mr. Bourne on the curve at 4701 Hibiscus, do you feel like you've had an adequate conversation with him about the curvature there?
Yeah, we spoke on the phone, and I understand his concerns with that abrupt corner. I think we could meet his needs by pulling it out and making it more curved to match the curvature down the road as he has discussed. Our plan is to draft up a plan and email it to him and get his thoughts on it. But ultimately we want to reduce the pavement in that intersection. I think we can meet the city's needs on that and also his needs.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, Member Swenson.
We just finished a project off of Gulf Terrace, and there was a connecting road just very short between Gulf Terrace and the frontage road in the northeast quadrant of Edina. And it had a huge sweeping intersection with curves, and people would come in off that frontage road or come off of Gulf Terrace, and it was really a dangerous intersection, and it wasn't a super busy intersection. It's just that curve encouraged people to drive not in a safe way when people would be walking along the road. So while I think still continuing a little bit of a curve, I'm glad to see that intersection won't be as big. I think you'll find that it actually is a safer intersection, not that way. Plus, it means that we're going to be able to have lawns and everything increase, taking some of the rain and absorbing it, and direct the street water in a better way. So while I understand his concern for right in front of his house, tightening up that intersection, I think you're going to like what that does.
Mm-hmm. You also did that east of Countryside over on West Ridge. There was some sweeping curves through there that they squared up those intersections. And one of my friends lives over there, and his wife said she was talking to the engineers, and they said, "What's the reason you're doing it this way?" And he said, "Get rid of the 1660 curve." And she said, "What's the 1660 curve?" And the engineer said, "Well, it's a 16-year-old driving 60 miles an hour around the curve." So there is some strong element of safety in doing some of these intersection improvements where you get rid of those sweeping curves. Those are the questions I had on my list, I think.
There was another one.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure which one you were thinking about, but on the Lake Edina pathway, which is not part of this project area, maybe you'll know the history of that as well, but I know I talked to Director Keprios, and my understanding is that the Richards tees were realigned several years back to reduce the golf balls coming into that area, hence the current study of the new path. So is that your recollection as well?
Well, Councilmember Sprague, I think that was before my time, and I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know on hole number 1 we did shorten that up. Used to be a par 4,
yep.
And we had a lot of incidents of balls going in the parking lot on Pentagon Park. So we shortened that up to a par 3. But I'm not sure on the north side. But if that's what his recollection of, he was park director, so it probably happened.
Yeah, the homeowner right at that end of Kellogg, when I met with him a couple months ago, he stated that he had brought that issue up, and that tee box did get moved by his bringing up that issue to the parks group. So if you trust what he told me on that time. So.
Thank you.
I remember that too. There was a comment about the new franchise fee for sidewalks. And I wanted to comment on that. We actually have a number of missing links of sidewalks that need to go in next to schools. So that money specifically was earmarked for that. It's in the agreement that we have. And if you look at the last request we made to our residents in a decision resources study of what they want to see the most, the golf dome is not what they want to see the most. We're committed to rebuilding it, but actually we have a request way more for paths and safety for pedestrians and bikes, way far over what our golfing population wants. So we are committed to using this franchise fee. It's what it was stated for, and it's in how we did the ordinance. So it is a pedestrian safety and bike fee.
Before we entertain a motion, let me just hear from the council as to what their thoughts are on this sidewalk proposal, not recommended by staff, not recommended by the ETC either, but still part of the presentation materials that we have, and of course a concern to the neighbors. Member Sprague?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the situation strategically has changed around this neighborhood. Since the comp plan, as I said, West Shore and then that link coming down Oak Lawn, those were the two links identified. And since the comp plan time, of course, we had those street projects that were not funded through this pedestrian and bike safety fund. And so the residents had to be specially assessed for the sidewalks, and the sidewalk links did not pass. Since that time, we've had discussion about this Lake Edina connection going across from the Parkline area and Centennial Lakes over to Kellogg and then into the neighborhood. We've had the safe routes to school discussion. We've had the 9 Mile Creek Trail, which is approved and is going in, and the east side of the network was funded, as we just revisited with the mayor and Director Houle. And so and then the other thing that happened in the last year, 2 years, one was the redux of 70th Street. The other one was a petition for a sidewalk to the north on Normandale Road. That came up as well. Petition. I thought someone petitioned for a sidewalk on that segment. Nonetheless. So there are some strategic connections that were looking to be made in the original comp plan that were frustrated by the projects not approving them. There are also new amenities to the south. And then finally, we just approved a work plan for the park board that's going to look at a park master plan for the entire city, which will include the Fred Richards Golf Course. There's a development being the Pentagon Park development was purchased, and at some point in the next 3 to 7 years, according to the developer, will be redeveloped at least partially. So you have some changes in use over there, probably residential, and we're also looking at the use of the Fred Richards Golf Course itself, because we have many park needs throughout the park system, and not enough land to meet the needs. And the needs you're talking about with regards to trails and walking paths, that was also in the 2006 park survey. It was the #1 amenity requested. So given that backdrop, I think that's why the ETC looked at this as a strategic link up to all of these various amenities I just discussed. It's not in the comp plan, and I concur with Member Swenson that when they go to create this sidewalk prioritization plan, they will look at all of the areas within the city again, and then segment out which ones we want to do first. This one is probably not going to be the first link because, as Member Swenson said, we have the Safe Routes to School overlay. Obviously, that's a real priority. And then there will be other network links on our collector streets. So, but I like the idea of possibly preserving the right-of-way or preparing the right-of-way for future connection. It's more cost-effective to do that than to go back to a street like West Shore and try to do it after the fact, after the street has already been reconstructed. Mm-hmm. The question is, someone remarked about the feasibility because the street already narrows with snow storage, so I'd like to get your feedback on that and the feasibility of maybe preparing that right-of-way, if that would even be an option. And then the second thing is, if that were to happen, what would happen to the project cost? You'd be eliminating 3 feet of pavement throughout the project area on the sidewalk end of things.
Councilmember Sprague, Council, to reduce the roadway width right now would virtually be saying that a sidewalk potentially would be going. It would be a very strong potential of putting it in. What it would do to cost, when we were looking at the sidewalk, it actually didn't reduce the costs of the assessments, even though you're reducing the cost of the pavement, but you have the restoration, the seeding and topsoil and things like that goes in the special assessments. If you were to do it in the future, you could possibly saw cut the roadway and put in a curb and then put the sidewalk in to reduce the road. It's just that your crown of the road would be a little bit off centered. We try to center the crown of the road, so it'd be a little bit, and it possibly could be done because most of the driveways come down to the roadway, I believe, through most of this area. As far as the snow storage goes, when you put a sidewalk in, is one of the tougher areas, and I haven't been down France since our snowfall this weekend, but is the sidewalk we put over on France, and I believe that the trackless machines have made it through that, and we, and it really kind of goes back to who actually is going to maintain that sidewalk. If it's going to be the city maintaining it, we have no issue with finding a place for the snow, because with our snow blowers we can blow it pretty far distances, not onto people's property, but within the right of way. If it's the homeowners, that might be an issue of where do you place the snow. If it's with the photos that gentleman showed, if it's up against the fence, do they have enough room for a lot of snow that we had maybe 2 years ago or even potentially this year? So it's hard to answer that question of where do you put the snow if it's a homeowner maintaining it versus the city maintaining it.
Member Brindle? Are you done, Member Sprague?
So, I mean, in sum, I just want to say that it is a strategic location. It's not identified. It's not on the plan. We don't have the maintenance things worked out, and it wasn't part of a community conversation. So I don't personally feel that we can order it now, but I was just curious about the option of preparing the area and how that would affect the rest of the project.
Okay. Thank you. Member Brindle.
I think that, I guess I'd be surprised if any of these projects really did include sidewalk. I know it's mentioned in some of the other projects that we're going to talk about this evening as well. But the fact that we have a tool that we're going to use to generate revenue for sidewalks tells me that I think we really ought to let the planning and the prioritization take place before we start putting in sidewalks, because we don't even have any revenue at this point. So I guess I'd rather look at this period of time to say here are what we as a council feel are priorities, and then send that back to the Transportation Commission to say, what are our priorities citywide? What are the arterials that currently have sidewalks? What are the other arterials that need to connect to those to access schools and businesses, et cetera? And that really is the recommendation that I would like to see come on a citywide basis.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. A bit of clarification. First of all, the comprehensive plans sidewalk plan is not only a couple of years old, it's actually over a decade old, because it's really the 1999 comprehensive plan, sidewalk plan, and we spent a lot of time on a lot of things, including public process, preparing the new comprehensive plan that took place, that was adopted at the end of 2008. But sidewalks was not one of the things that we spent time on. And so that the idea that we would have priorities, planning, and a comprehensive citywide sidewalk plan is what I would also hope for. Another thing, I do think, Mayor, to your point earlier, we know from the answers to the surveys and some correspondence that we've received that there is support in this neighborhood, including from people with small children and people with grandchildren who know that a sidewalk is not only something that people move from one place to another on, they also play out in front of the house, they do hopscotch, and it may be that over the next few years, more folks who want that kind of amenity in the neighborhood will move in, and there will be a higher level of acceptance than there is today. But I do know from reading, one of the very interesting things, in fact, about reading the survey is that even people who voted no said, well, on the frontage road. I'd like to see one on the frontage road. And so it really required reading the fine print to know how people were feeling, and I guess that's my last point, is that one of the reasons why I'm comfortable with what I think is the decision we're going to make tonight is because there are people who want one, but they don't want it in the same place. There's some people who think it should be on West Shore Drive, just a sidewalk on West Shore Drive. There are people who think there should be a sidewalk on the frontage road, and there are people who liked the idea of the whole system and the interconnection. But there's not a consensus at this point, even among the people who favor a sidewalk. So I again, agree with my colleagues, think we should get the priorities in place and a plan in place and go from there.
Member Swenson, any follow-up comment?
Just the follow-up clarification of when we talked about clearing snow in the width of Normandale Road, especially at the entrance off of 70th. What I think I heard you guys say is that there's a fair amount of traffic coming down the beginning of that road right just south of 70th, and the width of that road is necessary. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, the traffic coming south of 70th on the frontage road is about 1,260 vehicles a day. The width is 31 feet. You could reduce it down to 28 feet and sign it for no parking on both sides and put a sidewalk in, but today it functions pretty good.
But one of the questions was, since we're rebuilding it now, is it safe to build it at 28 feet with the idea that we could potentially at some point put in a sidewalk, or is 28 feet reducing it too much to make, because part of, I want it to be safe for the people coming in. if I reduce it to 28 feet, I never put a sidewalk in, but I have bikers and runners, have I just taken 3 feet away from bikers and runners?
Yeah, if you're to reduce it to 28 feet, 27-foot face-to-face, I'd recommend that you do put an off-road system for pedestrians, meaning a sidewalk or trail.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You know, we've got this, it's a terrific new tool for $1.95 per utility per meter. Average household, what is that, $3.90 a month. We're going to be able to generate $1 million a year to be able to do
$1.45.
$1.45, excuse me, yeah, $1.45, $2.90 total. We're going to be able to generate close to $1 million a year to build out these non-motorized systems that we think are important. When you look at what's happening around the world, this next generation of folks coming, they want to be able to get by with one car. They want to get around in a non-motorized way, on foot or on bike. And so we're trying to stay ahead of some of those things. You've seen some of the controversies that we've experienced. Wooddale Avenue, a prime example of trying to figure out how to keep people safe and have non-motorized movements. But we do not have a comprehensive sidewalk plan yet, and there are priorities on how to use that money, as Mr. Lyons said. We need to figure out the safe routes to school. We need to figure out where our highest density movements are and make sure that people are separated from traffic in those high density areas. I suspect that this will be somewhere way down the list of priorities, not only for you, but for our Edina Transportation Commission. That, in my opinion, we should ask them to start work on this and figure out what that plan ought to be. So I think the timing of this is not right. We've got to put a plan in place first, and then we've got to go back and look at and see where to prudently use this money that we're collecting from our residents. So I do not favor the inclusion of sidewalks in any way in this plan. I do like the landscaping idea. I think the landscaping idea is terrific. I'd like to see that wall improved. I think the landscaping over there would look beautiful. It's a great neighborhood. I spent an hour and a half walking through the neighborhood with one of your neighbors, Brian Hedberg, on Saturday, who couldn't be here tonight because of a funeral. But I was really pleased to hear no one in the audience say we don't need the street improvements, because the streets are really bad. The alligator effect is really significant. So is there someone on the council that would entertain making a motion to adopt, let me see here, we have resolution 2012-170, which would be to receive the feasibility study for the neighborhood street improvements, excluding the sidewalk project.
I'll move that.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. So we have in front of us resolution 2012-170. This is the ordering improvement for Lake Edina Neighborhood Roadway reconstruction improvement. Discussion, further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. Thank you, folks. Thanks for your good input. It was helpful. Josh moved it, Mary seconded. That last little woman that got up to speak, she's on the Court of Appeals.
Oh, just drives me.
Tom wants to be in charge of it. But
Yeah. No, I think we need to go Folks, if you'd like to leave, I would encourage you to go ahead and exit. You're sure welcome to stay. We want to move on to the next matter. But it's going to be important that we have a nice working environment while we do it. So the next matter in front of us is the Normandale Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project proposed in Resolution 2012-171.
Yep, Mr. Mayor and Council, tonight for this presentation we have Toby Muse with SEH. We also have Paul Pascal here, also a couple faces you've seen before, working on these projects. There's from time to time or from year to year, we typically will consult out at least one project due to our capacity and such. All the projects that you see, we charge back our time, staff time to these projects, just like when we have consulted out projects that they charge their time to. So one project, if it's consulted out, it's not those folks aren't paying more for that project than something that's done in-house. So just want to make that note also. So with that, I'm just going to hand over the mic to Toby Muse, and he can go through the presentation and take any questions you may have afterwards.
Thank you, Director Houle. Toby, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Toby Muse from the SEH Minnetonka office located at 10901 Red Circle Drive in Minnetonka. I'm here to present a summary of the project's feasibility study. This map shows the location of the project, which is bounded on the north by Highway 62, on the west by Highway 100, on the south by 66th Street, and on the east by city-owned property, also known as Roslyn Park, shown in the hatched area there. The neighborhood consists of 89 properties, 82 privately owned, 7 city-owned have been identified on the east side of West Shore Drive. It consists of 1.4 miles of roads and approximately 21,800 square yards of pavement. Project was initiated as part of the city's street reconstruction program. Let's talk a little bit about the existing conditions of the streets. They were constructed in the early 1960s. All streets in the neighborhood currently have concrete curb and gutter. Existing street widths are 29 to 30 feet. Generally, the pavement is in poor condition, and the aggregate base layer, however, the aggregate base layer below the pavement is adequate. This is a picture looking east on 64th Street at the Sherwood Avenue intersection, and it shows some existing alligator cracking that is present throughout the neighborhood. There are several bicycle routes and pathways that exist in and around the neighborhood. This is a graphic that is based off of the city's comprehensive plan that identifies a secondary bicycle route along West Shore Drive between 66th Street and between 66th Street here and 64th Street here that connects to other secondary bicycle routes both on 66th and south of 66th, as well as along 64th Street, and it also connects to the existing bike boulevard that crosses Highway 62 and continues north into the city of Edina. Please also note that the existing yellow dashed line is the Roslyn Park walking path that goes around Lake Cornelia, and it enters into the eastern edge of the project area. Talk a little bit about the existing condition of the public utilities, starting with the water main and service pipes. The water main was installed in the early 1960s along with the streets. It's 6-inch diameter pipe. The water service pipes are typically copper and vary in diameter. Since 1992, there have been 4 water main breaks in the neighborhood and 11 water service breaks. Of those 11 water service breaks, 5 have occurred within the last 5 years. The trunk sanitary sewer pipe in the neighborhood consists of both 8-inch and 9-inch clay pipe. It's showing defects similar to what's shown in the picture here, with separated pipe joints as well as some cracking and sags of the pipe. This is a picture shown on the inside of the pipe along Sherwood Avenue that has tree roots infiltrating the pipe, and it is partially obstructing the flow of the trunk main pipe. The private service pipes in the neighborhood are likely 6-inch clay, and due to their age, have the same condition and defects that the trunk main pipe has. Private utilities in the neighborhood include steel gas main and service pipes, as well as electric, telephone, and cable TV lines that are either overhead in the backyards or buried in the right-of-way. Proposed improvements for the streets. The project will recycle the existing pavement surface and aggregate base layer by mixing them together, recompacting them, and placing new blacktop pavement. Project will also just do spot repairs of curb and gutter. We'd like to save as much as we can in the neighborhood. Also, no changes to the existing streetlight network are proposed. At the October 25th Edina Transportation Commission meeting, the Commission suggested staff incorporate a separate bicycle lane along West Shore Drive between 66th and 64th Street. This is a graphic that staff presented to the neighborhood at a November 7 informational meeting. In yellow is the proposed multi-use path. Here's 66th Street, here's 64th Street. In general, the path is located adjacent to the east side of West Shore Drive. At that same informational meeting, property owners asked staff to revise the alignment of the suggested multi-use path and asked it to be placed adjacent to the Roslyn Park walking path. That's shown in this slide as well. It's a little harder to see, but it was also shown in yellow in the feasibility study as option B. The City Park Board reviewed both of these options at their November 19th meeting. A summary of the Park Board's meeting minutes are included in your council report. Both options presented here are feasible as part of this project. Either option could be also provided at a future date as a separate project since it's off away from the existing roadways. Proposed utility improvements will include replacement of all gate valves and upgrading fire hydrants to city standards. Sanitary sewer trunk pipe repairs will include a few locations of spot open cut repair. Otherwise, the majority will be a cured in place method. Storm sewer improvements include spot curb and gutter repairs, replacement of substandard storm sewer catch basins, the installation of sump drain pipe where feasible. Improvements for the sanitary sewer pipes are included in the project, upgrading those pipes from the main to the right-of-way. And as council is aware, there have been issues with the city's private sanitary sewer reconstruction program, specifically related to estimated costs. With council's direction, staff recognizes this issue and they've made a change to the program. This change was communicated to property owners at a November 7th informational meeting where property owners were told they had two options to upgrade their sanitary sewer service line. One would be to hire their own private contractor to do the work, and the second option would be to use the city's contractor for a flat or a fixed cost. This flat or fixed cost would not change both after the bid opening or at any time during the project. Other improvements include upgrading water service pipes and curb stops within the right-of-way, and CenterPoint Energy has indicated they will replace their gas main and service pipes. The total estimated project cost is $3,553,000. That's in 2013 dollars. The city would cover costs related to sanitary sewer trunk pipe, water main and service pipe, storm sewer, including curb and gutter, and the multi-use path and lighting for the multi-use path, which would come out of the franchise fee. Residents would be responsible for the sanitary sewer service pipe between the trunk pipe and right-of-way line and the street improvements through the assessments. Preliminary assessments, the estimated assessment for street reconstruction is $12,300. and a flat or fixed cost of $2,500 for the sanitary sewer service portion of the work. At the November 7 informational meeting, property owners were still encouraged to obtain quotes from private contractors to do private sanitary sewer service work, mainly to see if the private contractor community and their quotes were any cheaper than the city's fixed flat cost. If property owners do decide to use a private contractor, that cost can be added to their special assessment. This is a graphic displaying the preliminary assessments for the project. 70 properties are shown in green that would receive a $14,800 street and sanitary sewer service assessment. Of that estimated $14,800, as I said, the $2,500 is a fixed cost. 19 remaining properties shown in orange will receive a preliminary street assessment estimated at $12,300. The properties in orange represent areas where a sanitary sewer service connection is not present or it is not located within the city's right-of-way. So tonight, staff respectfully requests that council consider authorizing the Normandale Neighborhood Roadway Improvement Project number BA394. The project schedule is the same as shown on previous projects here tonight. And with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Questions? At this point in time? Toby, we're...
I do.
Okay, Member Brindle.
Would you please repeat what you just said about the graphic that you had? The neighborhood was mostly green, and then you had some properties in yellow. Would you please repeat what you said for me?
I'll pull the graphic back up too, so we can reference it. The properties shown in green would receive both a street and sanitary sewer service assessment, whereas the properties in orange or maybe yellow on your screen would just receive a street assessment, mainly because they don't have a sanitary sewer service connection in the city's right-of-way, or as mainly over on the east side, the city-owned properties, there is no current sewer service connection there, so no upgrade would be required.
Well, where is their connection?
In the back, for the properties along Parnell Avenue and West Shore Drive, there's a trunk main pipe that runs through the backyards.
So they are connected?
They're connected, but in a utility easement, not within the city's right-of-way. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
And just a clarification on the green ones, that their estimated assessment, which includes $2,500, is $14,800, but they can opt out of the $2,500, have it done themselves, pay for it themselves, or have it done and put it on their assessment, correct?
Absolutely, yep, that's
Okay.
correct.
In fact, the council is on that one. What we encourage people to do, because one of our purposes is not only to make sure that the utilities are all upgraded within the right-of-way, so we don't have people digging them up if they're redoing their homes or whatever, but also the I&I issue, which is inflow and infiltration. Right. We have an issue with that in the city, and so we encourage people to not only look at upgrading their line from the main line to the right-of-way line, but also go out all the way up to their home. So that's what we're encouraging people to do, is get a quote from a contractor to go all the way to their house, see how much more that would cost them, and we might be saving them some hassle in the future of the line that they might not upgrade now might collapse in the future, especially at inopportune times, and cost them a lot of money to repair that line. So we're trying to, like I say, encourage people, and even to upgrade their whole line, and even the ones with the backyard sanitary sewers, is we encourage them also to look at their sanitary sewer service, because since there's going to be contractors potentially in the area, they might get a pretty good deal at this point. So,
Member Sprague, did you have a question? All right. The pavement condition index work was done in 2009, and I don't recall you indicating what that number was, but it...
No, this neighborhood has a PCI rating of 23.
All right. And if it's below, the average for the city is 51.
Correct.
Is that correct? All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. We're going to open this matter up for public hearing, public testimony. And I think as I look out, I think most of the folks have been here all evening. And so if this is your neighborhood and you're interested in coming up, where's Mr. Winder? Let's bring him up first.
Good evening again. My name is Robert Winder, 6533 Parnell Avenue, and I have some questions about the road project specifications, and I'd like to confirm these. Does the street reconstruction include tear out and install costs for the street? And is the bituminous thickness 4 inches? And how many square yards were used for the estimate? And how many tons of bituminous cover will be used? And what is the cost estimate per ton? And what will be done to provide fire and emergency service during the project? And also, what will be done to provide access for special needs residents? And one of the things we'd like to do is, after these questions are answered, to reassess the special assessment to see whether or not the project is a little overestimated in this price of the $12,300. And also another question, besides this, is rather than hiring a project management company, would the city be better off hiring an engineer to manage street roadway construction projects in the future? And for this one, that's it.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Winder. All right. Anyone else?
Mark Lawrence, 6508 Parnell. I have a hard time understanding why, if my house was built in 1986, I need to put a new sewer system in out to the street, because that seems to me to be a pretty short-term duration for such a basic infrastructure need. You know, $2,500, you know, for a 25-year-old house.
What was your address again, Mark?
6508 Parnell.
Okay. All right. We'll get an answer on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
That man, I think.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
We're going to get you the handhelds right there.
Okay, is that in the right place?
Looks pretty good.
Okay, my name's Scott Forbes, 6516 West Shore Drive. And I'd just like to speak briefly about the multi-use path. I live right across from what on the engineering drawing is shown as a pond, but for anyone who's walked along that area knows that that's not really a pond. I've seen it referred to as the mess on West Shore Drive in the Sun Current. It's of course green. It's only about 6 inches deep when it's full. My concern is I did put in a suggestion for a bike path, because I look out and there's a lot of, not as much bicyclists, but people with strollers going up and down West Shore Drive. A bit of a traffic issue if there are parked cars. So I think it's a good idea, but I am concerned about removal of the trees along here. There's large cottonwood trees there. And from my perspective, I'll just be looking at the green mess there all summer long. And if all that, of all those trees along there, there's a lot of trees being cut out with that. So that's my concern. The major, I think this is a good design up here to get people around this curve. I think this is the primary area of safety concern. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Forbes.
Mayor and Council, my name is Ralph Peterson. I'm at 6509 Parnell Avenue. I have one question that I'll ask for myself and on behalf of my neighbors, but maybe on behalf of the rest of the city too. I believe that there is a state statute that says if a municipality is going to levy special assessments on a private property owner, that it must increase the value of that private property by a like amount. Can the city of Edina guarantee that's going to happen?
All right.
If I'm going to pay $12,000, I mean, my property value has been flat for 3 years. Second part of that is, let's say you can guarantee that. Now I'm up $12,000 in my value. I pay more taxes, right? Potentially.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear an answer on that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Robert Keller. I live at 6500 Parnell Avenue. And in general, I just, applaud what the city is doing here. I think this project is long needed. I have one small nit, and it's pertaining to my property only. You said that there will be no improvements to the street lighting. Well, since I've lived in my house, there is a street light at the corner of my property, and but the power that services that street light goes from west to east, crosses my property along a vacated 65th Street, along which there's a 15-foot utility easement. And that power service extends beyond that easement for about half the length. So it completely crosses my property. So I'd like to have that addressed as part of this project, if at all possible. So,
okay.
The other thing is actually something that I'm passionate about, and that is about veterans, and I will connect it to this project here. But earlier this year, the Minnesota legislature enacted a veterans preference for state contracts. It was passed unanimously by both houses of the legislature and signed into law by Governor Dayton. And it's in Chapter 161, Section 321, Minnesota Statutes. And I know that pertains to public trunk highways, but there's a policy reason, and I think the city of Edina could benefit if it were to adopt a similar policy. In fact, that statute allows for counties and perhaps municipal governments to adopt similar policies. And I'll just read you the policy objective here, and then I'll connect it back to this project. I have to apologize, I have it on my phone. So the policy objective of this, the purpose of the state contracting program for veteran-owned small businesses is to facilitate the healthy transition of veterans from military to civilian life and to help compensate veterans for their sacrifices, including but not limited to their sacrifice of health and time to the state and nation during their military service, as well as to enhance economic development within Minnesota. I believe that if you have such a policy, by the way, this statute allowed for a register, and it's held at Minnesota Department of Transportation, and so far over 70 veteran-owned small businesses have been entered onto this register. So I would encourage the city of Edina to reach out to those veteran-owned small businesses. This is both for general contracting as well as subcontracting for this project. I believe this project could benefit not only in the hiring of veterans, but also provide some cost savings to the city.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Keller. Appreciate that thought. Both those. We'll have an answer for you on the power line easement. Thanks. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Barb Coons, and I live at 6516 West Shore Drive. My husband, Scott Ford, spoke a second ago. I have a question. I'm unclear about this proposal. Does it has the option of including the multi-use vote this evening? Is that correct? And I would urge you not to go forward with that part tonight. I don't think, based on the previous meeting we had, that I think there are great elements on the proposed two options, but I think there needs to be more thought about the vegetation that's going to be taken out, what it's going to look like. I like the functionality of a lot of it, but you take right now I live on a wooded street. I walk out at night, I see beautiful trees. Now and there's no lighting actually, which I like, and it'll be changed to lighting up the fact that I don't have any trees, and I'm looking at this kind of open space that it doesn't look very good. So I think there needs to be more work done on the way that looks.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Barb. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Gary Rosen. I live at 6500 West Shore Drive. I'm right in the middle of the 2-block bike path to nowhere. I'm not going to argue against the bike path, but what I would like to say is that the two options that are being presented, one is that it would be right up against the street from the curb in 10 feet, as it was explained to me, and they would clear cut that area, which now does have oak and ash. Of course, the ash might not be there forever, but it does have both types of trees and many types of trees going all the way down the street. It is well forested. One thing they did not take into account as they figured this path from the street over is the high use of parking on that street, on that side, on the east side, for people who will take their strollers out or people who open the doors, let their dogs out. We have a huge amount of dog walking on the path that goes around the lake. They park on our street. I've been there for 35 years. We know everyone by their cars and their dogs. So what I would like to request is that they look more at the feasibility, if they're going to have to make the path, that they put it down next to the other path down the hill, which will stop some of the clear cutting that is site-wise would not be so good. And it would also, the safety factor. People open their car doors. It's not just the 2 feet the door opens up, but it's also the amount of space that it takes to get the animal out. If the bikes are coming down and the door opens up, we're going to have accidents. If it's down next to the regular walking path that is already there, much safer, much cleaner looking for the neighborhood, less destruction as far as the environment goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rosen. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Philip Dugan, and I live at 6324 Parnell Avenue. We've lived there for 48 years. I've used that walking path ever since 1990 on a regular basis. I walk around there 3 to 5 times in the mornings. A couple of weeks ago, when I heard about this bicycle path proposal, I didn't have a chance to be at that particular meeting. But I keep looking at what would have to be done. Can you tell me if the Environmental Protection Agency would have to be, you'd have to get clearance from them, wouldn't you, to eradicate as many trees as would have to be taken out?
We'll ask that question.
I don't think you would pass muster. From 65th Street up to 66th Street, you would have to put in a retaining wall. Whether you go down by the path or whether you go up by the street doesn't make any difference. And that is heavily wooded all through there. But there's not enough flat land along that curb. So you would have to put in a retaining wall and build a path along there at an extreme cost.
Up by 66th?
From 65th Street to 66th Street. On the east side, there's just not enough room for a 10-foot path. So you would have to cut out all these trees, build probably it seems to me it'd be 10 to 15 foot high retaining wall in order to have a surface that bicycles and strollers and whatnot could use. Couldn't you just put a dotted line along the road like you have on Wooddale and allow that for, it's only 2 blocks. And you're talking about terrible destruction of nature. It's what makes our neighborhood as beautiful as it is. I really think this needs some heavy thought. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Dugan.
My name is Todd Cullen. I'm at 6401 Parnell, and I oppose that bike path too. I'm an active cyclist, I commute, and I know the roads in our area really well. I think I agree with Phil on the destruction that would be necessary would be detrimental to our block and our neighborhood. I agree. I think a dotted line is a better answer, and a no parking sign. And if you don't want to put a no parking sign, then you could just have those cars directed to the Roseland Park area parking lot by the pool. There's plenty of parking 360 days a year. There's a few days in July you can't park over at that pool, but every other day the cars that park along West Shore Drive are in the way, and with the dogs and the strollers, those cars should be routed away from West Shore Drive and draw a dotted line, and there's your bike lane. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Collins.
I'm Skip Thomas. I live at 6525 Parnell Avenue. I've been there for 28 years. Going to the bike path, I'll address that first. That is the reasonable solution, is just to put those dotted white lines on there. You're going to destroy a lot of beautiful land down there. There's not a lot of use there. I walk that twice a day in the morning and the evening. Very rarely see bikes. Those dotted lines will just do. I read the park board meeting agenda or their minutes, and some of their conclusion was it's a waste of money, because what he was talking about on that one corner by 66th Street, you're going to spend a ton of money trying to put that retaining wall in. I think the dotted lines will just do. I've probably seen in my 28 years maybe 20 bikes that go around there. They're all going down 66th Street. So I think you're going to destroy a lot of land, beautiful land, why people bought there. And we did let that one McMansion in there, and that's a good example of what was destroyed, because there was about 18 or 20 oaks that he took out. The other one I'm just going to hand out is I think that the bids don't go out till February, you said, for the road. Dan Moffett, who's at 6533, he couldn't be here tonight, went through and did some homework. And I think our costs on redoing that road for the bituminous asphalt and what he came up from the MnDOT and two other places that you did are extremely overestimated. And so I'm just going to give you these sheets. You can see what his homework was.
You can just hand them all, Mr. Thomas, to the clerk, and she'll take care of that. You won't have to spend your time doing that.
So I think that, because I'm one of those that has the sanitary sewer that goes behind the house, and seems that works just great, and I think the curbs are in decent shape. Parnell's in decent shape. Yeah, 64th and 65th are in rough shape, but I think 12 grand from what I've seen in these other neighborhoods for the road, and then you throw another 2,500 is pretty expensive compared to what all these other redos have been. So
right. And
I'm just...
Mr. Thomas, who is this from? Dan? Who?
Dan Moffett, 6533 Parnell. 6433.
All right. Thank you.
So I just wanted to let you see. I think, because those bids are let. One other question. Do we have to use, as a city, the prevailing wage rate when we let these bids out? We don't have to do union, do we?
We do. We just do a peer bidding process. We
So
can talk about that.
they don't have to be union or non-union. I mean, they can be either or. We go with the best bid.
Right.
Best bid, okay.
For prevailing wage to come into play, it has to be a state-funded project.
Is there anybody else?
Okay. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Got a motion?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Okay. Now, let's see if I could keep up here with Mr. Winder. Does the preliminary estimate, and that's what it is, preliminary engineering estimate cost, include tear out and install?
Paul with SEH will cover that.
Paul Pasco, SEH Engineering, 10901 Red Circle Drive. And yes, the estimate takes into account both tear out and reconstruct.
Okay.
Paul took notes too, so.
Do you want to just go down your notes maybe, and then if you miss something, we'll ask?
Sure. The second question had to do with what was the amount of square yards of paving in our
The
estimate.
second question was the depth of the product, 4 inches.
Well, there's the quality of my notes. The depth of the pavement, on average, we found was about 2 inches. I'm not sure where that 4-inch.
No, on the redo, on the new pavement.
On the redo, it's going to be 4 inches of bituminous. That's right. Then the third question was the amount of square yards in the estimate. And Toby, I don't believe we brought that number with us tonight, but that's a number that we could certainly get to you first thing in the morning. The amount of tonnage that was used in that amount of 4 inches a bit, again, I don't have that number with me tonight, but we can get it to you first thing in the morning. The unit price per ton, likewise, I don't have that with me, Chad, unless you happen to have it with you. But we can get that. Relative to the next question on how does fire protection get in and out. But, one thing I do want to add, I've heard some comments.
Excuse me, I got distracted by my notes here. Did you talk about cost per ton?
Yeah.
Used as a basis?
he did.
Okay. All
I
right,
did.
thanks.
Now, what we have done, Mayor and Council, is that all of these estimates are based on previous projects. So what we do is we look at the past several years' worth of reconstruction, and we take a look at all of the average unit bid prices that came in. We take a look at all those bid tabs. We throw out the low price. We throw out the high price. We average the middle bidders. So what we're going to see relative to those prices is based all on projects that were bid here in the city recently. If there's any corrections for inflation, those are made. So we're working off of the bid tabs that the city has seen for that work. But again, I could provide those exact numbers tomorrow.
It might be worth just a brief description of what happens when actual prices come in different than what you estimated, and how that has an impact on RU costs, because I think that's
Certainly.
kind of at the root of a number of those questions.
Sure. Wayne, shall I? Or?
And I think, Wayne, with a 429 project, I think you should talk to folks about the consequences of why we do it the way we do it.
Yep. Well, what we do, on a 429 project, or virtually almost all of our projects that we do, is that we put together a feasibility, and when we do estimates, and like Paul was saying, is that we base it off of past history. And what we've seen in the last year or so is the prices starting to come up. About 3 years ago, it kind of hit a bottom, and they're starting to come up. And that's one is that it's getting busier out there. More municipalities are bidding out work, so competition is a little bit higher. Then also, even though fuel prices are down, refineries are down also, and what we're seeing out there is a potential for asphalt prices coming up, because that's kind of what I would describe as the bottom of the barrel part of the refining process, is that they make asphalt out of. And if we have less refineries, we have less of that material, and so those prices are possibly going to be coming up within the next year or so. So it's kind of a real, I want to say guessing game, but it's more of an art than a science as far as estimating projects. And then on the public process, especially for these, is that they go out for public bid, and so we have it based off of unit prices, and so we take the public bids and we recommend awarding to the lowest responsible bidder, not just the lowest bidder. So if we have a particular contractor that has not done work well in other communities or by the state or even ourselves, is that we can disqualify those contractors for poor work, and we go to the lowest responsible bidder. And then once we go through the project and complete the project and calculate up how many units that we use on a particular for paving or asphalt work or sod or seed or whatever. At the end of the project, we tally all that up, and then we come up with the final cost of the project. And that, if you have a unit price that's lower typically than what we're estimating, then that's going to be reflected in your residential equivalent units or your final assessment for the project itself.
So just to back up a second, I think you should tell folks why we bothered to do this preliminary estimating in the first place.
What we have to have as per the state statute is that we have to, one is give our methodology of assessments, which in previous public hearings tonight we covered in different cases what our methodologies were for assigning REUs. And the second, we have to have a pending assessment role so that when you order a project, it becomes pending on a project, and that's where the estimated assessment comes into play.
All right.
One other item is even though it's not state statute, but I've always used it a rule of thumb is I never want to be 10% over on a project when it comes in for bid. So if the project comes in for bid and it's 10% over, then we would bring it back to you, point that out to you that project is over what our estimates are, and kind of re-review should we be doing the project or not. So you have some times, contingencies, and stuff in the future that you could actually say, if we bid out the project comes in really high for some whatever reason, you'd have an opportunity to turn down that bid and continue the project.
Okay. And then, while this is not a promise, but it is our past experience, why don't you comment on, over the past few years, what we've seen between the differential between the preliminary estimate of costs and the final assessment?
Yep. What we've seen is anywhere from 20% reduction in our from the final assessment to from the pending assessment to the final assessment, upwards of to being right on essentially. But the majority in the last few years have been a lot less for the final assessment than the pending assessment.
And the final assessment in these matters, if they're approved, are not until what, the fall of 2014?
That's correct. It'd be the fall of 2014, and if they want to spread it out over the 15 years, the first payment would be the spring of 2015.
Okay.
But we'll know at the time of the bid what the REU cost is.
We'll give an estimate REU cost at that time. It's not final at that time, but at the time that you award the bid, we can include that information. We haven't in the past, but we could in the future here. But you have to keep in mind that's
well,
still
you give us,
an estimate.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll take
Yep.
that back.
Yep.
I'll restate
Yep.
that. You give us a percentage that the bid is lower than what your estimate was. You give us something
That's
at
right.
the
Yep.
time that we bid it.
Yep. We compare it against what our engineer's estimate
Thank
is
you.
for the project. That's right.
I think the next question Mr. Winder had might be a better one for you to answer. That's the access for emergency vehicle.
Yep. Well, we work with with our public safety folks, both police and fire, when we're performing these projects, and so we do provide access if the fire department has to get into a particular home. Is that they're typically calling the person that's on site and the contractor. In some cases, they've left their whatever work they're doing, bring the bulldozer, front end loader over and plow a path basically so that they can get into those homes. And we've had incidents where we have medical emergencies that we've helped out the ambulance folks or EMTs get into homes. As far as access, if people have special needs, we've asked in all of our meetings. Let us know if you have special needs, if you have folks that are wheelchair bound or have to have different types of vans access the property to transfer folks, or if they have oxygen needs, that they have deliveries for medical or anything like that, is that we work with those residents. And in some cases too is that if we're replacing driveways, and if the driveway's wide enough, we can even do it in half so that people with special needs can get in and out of their driveway. Our goal here is that when we walk away from a project is that they're happy and we're happy for serving the folks.
All right. The next question is one for you as well. I think that's why use a project management company? Why not just hire a new project engineer on a full-time basis to do it instead of going outside for consultants?
One of the reasons like when I first introduced Toby was that our capacity of our staff is that we don't have the capacity of our engineering staff to handle all these projects. And so essentially what we're hiring is not really a construction management company, but a consulting engineer to do the design work and oversee the inspection portion of a project itself. And they're not actually managing the project. The contractor, once it goes out for bid, the general contractor actually will be giving them substantial completion dates for different phases of the project and a final completion date, and they actually are managing their work. The SEH folks do not manage the work of the contractor out in the field.
We also have a policy sort of from a council point of view, and one, it's that we're incredibly behind in our road reconstruction. Two, that it depends on the given year, how many projects we manage and how many we send out to be engineered. But that if we keep hiring employees, we keep ratcheting up our fixed cost as a city, and we may need them to manage one project or to design one project for us one year, but maybe we need 3 projects done the next. So it fluctuates year to year as to what our use is. And so as we continue on, yes, we could continue to hire more engineers, but some years we may not need them, and some years we may need more. So as a city, it's more cost effective to do it the way we're doing it.
It's easier to part ways with Mr. Pasco than it is a city engineer, staff person. No offense, Mr. Pasco.
None taken.
As I understand it as well, when you have a more complex project that involves utility work such as this, that's when the outsourcing threshold's met in terms of a practice.
Yep. That's the other thing is when we're, like this Councilmember Sprague says, when we have more complex projects, that's the ones that we usually outsource. The other one that I want to point out is that we do have staff liaisons that are assigned to projects like this, so that we don't give it to the consultant or SEH and say, Godspeed, go get it done. Is that we keep track of it from a staff point of view also. So like Chad will probably be one of the people that will be at the weekly construction meetings along with the consultant to be sure that everything is on track. And so the residents would have if they don't get their answers answered by the consultant, which is very few of the times that ever has occurred, is that they would go to Chad or myself to get answers or questions answered.
Good. I think those are most of the questions that Mr. Winder had. Mark had a house, I think he said it was built in 86 or mid-80s?
Yep. What we look at is on the sanitary sewer services, we've been saying if you've upgraded within the last 15 years is that you wouldn't need to upgrade it. And what we're looking for is not to have a vitrified clay pipe where you have joints every 1.5 to 3 feet on it. So in 86, if they used a plastic sewer service, we would take a look at that, pull out their records, help them out, kind of trying to find that information. And so if they've upgraded it or was installed with a plastic pipe, then we would waive them from having to upgrade their sewer service.
All right, good, thank you. And then we had some folks that were concerned about the optional project, which is the bikeway off-road. And we had a couple different proposals, but regardless of whether at least this is my sense of it, regardless whether it was up by the street or down by the walking pathway, down by the, I'll call it water. I don't ever see much water there. I see a lot of cattails. That they're concerned about the removal of trees and other damage to the environment down there that gives them great pause and concern, and the alternative for them was, why don't we just do a share the road concept? Mark the street, mark West Shore to connect it from 66 to 65th and let it go at that. Or 64th, I guess it is.
Mr. Mayor and Council, on that one, this was another comment that came out of the Edina Transportation Commission, and I believe it came through the Edina Transportation Commission from the Bike Task Force, Edina Bike Task Force folks, is that to look at a bike facility over there. And the impetus of that was when we upgrade the pedestrian bridge over the crosstown and make that more bike-friendly, ADA accessible, is that we're going to be attracting more cyclists through that route, especially from the west, coming from the west. My thoughts is that at the time that we upgrade the pedestrian bridge, is that let's take a look at West Shore. We could do either one of these paths if we're going to do a path down there, but study it a little bit further, have a little bit more of public comment period on it. In the interim, is to leave it as is, and if we, it is a secondary bike route on our bike plan. So right now we're not really approaching or signing the secondary bike routes. We're focusing on the primary bike routes. So as a city engineer, I'd recommend that we leave it as is and not do anything at this time, but keep that in mind for the future when we upgrade that bridge. Is we probably should do something over on the west and maybe even on the frontage road by the Art Center up at the same time.
Member Brindle.
How wide is West Shore between 66th and 64th, what is the width of the roadway?
30 feet.
So if we wanted to provide a little extra space for people along the edge, would there be space to dash a line?
May I?
We looked at that, and I believe that if you keep the parking on that, is that you don't have enough space in the middle for two-way traffic.
Correct.
Yeah.
Member Bennett.
Follow-up question. When is that upgrade of the bridge over Crosstown going to take place, going to be done?
That I believe we had it in our capital plan for, and I'm pure guessing here, I thought it was like 2014 or 2015, I believe.
Okay.
Yep.
Regardless of when that is, we know it's sometime in the future. I think it's important to get more citizen input on this notion. It really hasn't been vetted as well as it should, I think, from an idea standpoint. But regardless, Member Bennett, go ahead.
Another follow-up question. It's my understanding, and I think there was some expression of this in the correspondence and the survey responses, and some, I think, who misunderstood. Bike lanes normally come in pairs, correct? A northbound lane and a southbound or eastbound and westbound. And that's one of the issues when residents want a single bike lane is bike lanes are not usually, on-road bike lanes are not two-way. An example, I think, would be in St. Paul on the Mississippi River Boulevard, where there is a southbound bike lane and northbound traffic is either on the road in an unmarked space or it is on the path, which is constructed on the river side of the roadway off the street. Do you know of any other examples?
No, I don't know of any other examples.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
All right. So, okay, Council. See, Mr. Keller had a power line easement concern. You're going to visit with him about visiting with the utilities on that?
Yeah, I've been in contact with him, and we've discussed that we would wait till this hearing tonight, and if the project is approved and got moved forward, we would be in contact with Xcel Energy to discuss that easement and how that power line does cross across this property where it shouldn't. So there may be a install of a new power pole, and we move that light power over to the new pole and get it fully into the easement versus crossing across this property.
Okay.
So
Sounds like a good fix. And then he was concerned about the city looking at veterans' preferences for contracts, and knew there would be some work in this project that could be handled with a veterans' preference. Any thoughts on that?
Not heard that. We've not had that discussion here before, but we should have it at a staff level with the city attorney and discuss what our options are.
Let's do that. And another thing, Mr. Peterson, I'm not jumping by you on purpose. I don't know where he is. There he is. So the question was, can the city guarantee my value will increase commensurate with this cost of the special assessment? Well, that's the law. I mean, that was a pretty good recitation, I think, that there has to be a commensurate value increase. But we don't guarantee that, and your estimated market value is your estimated market value, and that's taken care of by the assessors. So I don't know if you have any other comment on it, Manager Neal.
We did a
succinct, and he was correct.
Yeah, we did do a study when we looked at our assessment policy again, and that was probably in 2005. That currently what we were assessing was commensurate with the increase in the value. So we felt that we could continue on where we were based on that study. We haven't updated that study, but we haven't had an assessment yet that's caused us to question what we're doing, I guess.
What actually happened in 2005 was we got worried about that very issue, and after doing some work with some consultants, we rolled the cost of curb and gutter into the citywide assessment, so that through the utility fee, we paid another 25% of the cost, which was curb and gutter, and so that gave us a better comfort level that that your property was going to increase commensurate with the cost of the special assessment. Member Spencer, did you have something else?
Well, and we did that so that unfortunately, the people that had curb and gutter that they paid for the year before, it's a line in the sand. So you are all, since we made that change, reaping a benefit that unfortunately people that had their streets done before that did not have.
Just to clarify, Mayor,
Yes.
I'll ask this to Manager Neal. I mean, I think the concern is that we go and blanket increase neighborhoods that have had street projects with a assessment increase. Is that our current practice?
That is not our current practice in our assessing division.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's see. So Mr. Kuntz, Ms. Barb Kuntz raised the question of whether it was optional to do the pathway tonight. I think you found out it is indeed optional, and that there's probably going to be some more thought given on that issue. Mr. Rosen's concerns, if we're going to do something, he prefers a lower pathway. Mr. Dugan raised some good points about environmental impact. That would be looked at, I'm sure, in conjunction with evaluating some sort of connectivity from a non-motorized standpoint.
Right. If we were to do any work down there, it would not necessarily go to the Environmental Protection Agency, but actually to the watershed district, and look at from a watershed rules and regulations.
Right. And then I think Mr. Collins proposed a share the road concept too, or an advisory bike lane concept. Mr. Thomas had those same concerns. And that takes me to the end of my questions that I noted. Does anyone else on the council have any other questions that people raised that we should have staff answer?
No, but I'll comment.
Okay. Member Swenson?
I think I agree with Director Houle that there probably needs to be more vetting on the bike path. I did notice that one of the models took down 10 trees, with 8 of them being on that south end, and one model took down 26. So I think we do want to have a discussion with the neighborhood. I do think if we're going to link it, it needs to be linked with the bridge plan. And so, Director Houle, I think I would support your decision to wait on this. I also think it doesn't make sense to try to do a two-way bike path on one side of the road when we don't have that anywhere else, and we're trying to be really consistent with what we put in with bike paths, so as you drive around our city, you don't end up on a road and wonder what the heck the lines mean. So I wouldn't support a two-way bike path on one side of a road.
All right. Member Bennett.
I concur. I do think in this instance, unlike the previous matter, this location is more demonstrated to be a good location.
Mm-hmm.
There is a park. There is a bridge that is going to be redone. That's a major connection north and south. There is a school on the other side of Highway 62, Southview Middle School, that we know that students would bike to who live south of 62. If there was a good connection, that good connection is coming. So unlike the previous matter where there may be more of a span of time before we look at that again, I would say that I will make a commitment to look at this and work out a solution that suits the neighborhood, but also suits the needs of folks from other neighborhoods who need to be using this path and roadway system.
I support the bike path. I actually walk this lake fairly often, and I have a large dog, and I did unfortunately end up with a bike in between my dog and me and the leash in between us. So there, where there may not be tons of bikers, it isn't a great combination of strollers and dog walkers. And so I agree with Member Bennett that this is probably a sooner rather than later, but I do think we need to do some more work with you guys as to how it's going to happen.
Member Sprague.
We have a funding issue. We have a lot of priorities, and this, again, could be one that is identified, but let's go through that process and get our highest and best use out of the funds, which is only about $1 million a year. If we had done these two, we'd be almost out of money. So, and we know there's a lot of other ones to do. So it doesn't take away from the transportation changes going on all around the Cornelia neighborhood, both on the north and the south side. And we've highlighted some in this project. We highlighted some in the Lake Edina project. Good things are coming, and you're going to see the build out of this network, not just a street here, but an interconnected network, which started with the spine on 70th and is starting to expand from that area forward. So it just is a question, as with the last project, as to timing. And we have one possible option, but let's let the ETC do their work, come up with a prioritized list, and then we'll tackle it as such.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Well, that's pretty much what I was going to say. The only other thing is, we could sit here and design this path, but I don't think that's why we're here. So we should just kind of leave that to those that we can influence and let them do that. So, but that's exactly what I was going to say. It's part of what we hope to see, and let them do the design.
All right. Member Bennett, I think you spoke well on behalf of all of us and with regard to the sentiment here. So is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2012-171 ordering the improvement for the Normandale Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Improvement BA 394 without any bike path? We got a motion and a second. Discussion. Roll call.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Another thing that's ancillary to this project, Director Holt, is when I think about the area there, the lack of lighting along 66th Street by the lake is something that I think a lot of folks would benefit from if done the right way. So it's just put it back in your mind. It's not part of this project.
Between the two lakes, along that where the
walkway,
where the black tar walkway is.
Yeah.
But Mayor and Council, I think that's another part of the study of the pedestrian and bike facilities is the lighting and safety lighting, and to come up with a policy for lighting pathways. And that might come out of that study.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thanks, folks. And now we're on to the Mendelssohn A neighborhood roadway reconstruction project that's proposed for consideration tonight, embodied in Resolution 2012-172. Mr. Milner, it looks like you have this matter, our final public hearing of the evening. All rise. Stretch time.
I know, isn't that true?
Yeah. Go ahead. We'll wait for. Yeah, go ahead.
Neil.
Bear with us a moment here, Mr. Milner.
Check your email or forward yourself.
What are we doing?
I'm just taking a break. I stood up to stretch my bum knee. I had this series of 3 injections in my knee, and it was
Mayor, Council, we have our last
public improvement hearing of the night, the Mendelson A neighborhood roadway improvements, BA 395. Project details. The project's bordered on the north by the city of Hopkins. On the west is Blake Road. On the east is Interlochen Country Club. And on the south is Waterman Avenue. There's currently 68 properties within the project boundary. There is no access off Belmore Lane to Interlochen Golf Course or Interlochen Country Club. And Maloney Avenue, there's also no access to Interlochen Country Club along those streets. We've had some questions about where the project boundaries have come from, so I thought I'd give you just a little background on how the city set up neighborhood reconstruction projects in their neighborhood. So we usually start with the plats, use that as a preliminary start for these boundaries, and then major roadways separate the areas. So on this one we have, this was the Mendelson plat. The red line north-south kind of surrounding it is Blake Road. So the project got broken into A and B neighborhoods by Blake Road. Waterman Avenue down here on the south, that area would have been included in the project, but it got reconstructed in mill and overlay in 2008 as part of the Women's U.S. Open to get ready for that event. So that's why that piece is not included in the neighborhood. Notice the platting up on the north side. John Street was platted for as a through street. It's not that way today. And the lots are in similar size. That's another piece that we look at for these neighborhood boundaries. There's lots of similar sizes. So when we do those assessment calculations, the REU values per square yard of paving are similar for all the residents involved. One of the other questions, why is Interlochen Country Club not assessed? Assessments are assigned to projects that stand to benefit. We don't feel that Interlochen's going to benefit. They don't have access off Belmore Lane or Maloney. This is a similar project where these properties are adjacent to this cul-de-sac and they don't receive benefit, so they were not assessed, just to give a little history on some similar projects that we've done. This one was from last year in the Valley Estates neighborhood. It was a dead-end street, no access. This property here, large property, was not assessed for the project. So there are past projects as examples of why we're not assessing Interlochen Country Club at this time. If Waterman Avenue was part of the neighborhood, they would be part of the assessment. If Blake Road gets done as a state aid street, there would be a potential assessment along that roadway. So it's not that they're totally out of it, just that there's no access on these streets involved in this neighborhood project. So the project was initiated, again, as a street reconstruction program. Streets were constructed in the early 1960s. Normal maintenance and street pavement is in poor overall condition. Low 20s, this one might be the 18 PCI value. I'd have to look up, but it definitely low 20s, maybe down to 18. Spot utilities, again, there's some spot sanitary sewer pipe issues. There's some localized surface drainage and inlet capacity issues. We have the old fire hydrants and the gate valves, again, are nearing the end of their useful life. Existing roadway, we got some photos here of the existing roadway. It is in poor condition. Majority of the streets have curb and gutter. The street width varies from 14 feet to 31 feet, and the soil borings show that they are wet, silty sand soils, so that's also a piece to consider why the assessments may be a little higher in this neighborhood, because there is some suspect soils in this neighborhood. There's a unique street on the east side. It's a north-south segment of Spruce Road. The existing width is 14 feet. As you can see from the photo, there's 3 driveways that access off this north-south segment. The existing right-of-way is 16 feet wide, and the bituminous is 14 feet. No curb and gutter exists today on this segment. Proposed improvements. Spot curb and gutter repairs. We would again recycle the existing pavement, use that to construct a new street. I met with the folks that live along that north-south segment of Spruce Road to see what their thoughts are, and we presented them with some options for the roadway. One was no curb, one was a barrier curb, and one was this ribbon curb that's at a level with the pavement. Issues with no curb, you have some potential for the edges of bituminous to flake off, and you get some of that that's occurring today. With a barrier curb, when you're only 14 feet wide, if two cars come to pass each other, they're going to have issues getting around each other. So we felt the best thing to do in this area is a flat ribbon curb. Cars could pass each other, and yet it holds the street bituminous pavement together. We don't see any changes to the existing street lighting and no new sidewalks for this neighborhood. The utility improvements, we were proposing spot repairs, open cut, cured in place again, replace those gate valves and fire hydrants to the stores connections on the hydrants. Storm sewer, we do some spot modifications to existing drainage issues and install sump drain pipe where feasible. The project costs for this neighborhood, sanitary sewer is estimated at $234,000. The water main is $135,000. Storm sewer is $411,000. Then the street improvements that are assessed to the residents, $1 million, approximately $44,000. So a total of just over $1.8 million estimated project costs for this neighborhood. Proposed assessments, again, it's a single based on the residential equivalent unit. We're estimating an assessment for one RU of $16,150. There is a few 1/3 value RUs along Blake Road as shown in this graphic in purple. And again, those assessments are calculated after the final construction costs are determined. Same project schedule as all the other projects. We would design it this winter if it got approved and bid it out in March and April and get it under construction this summer. We believe the project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure in the Mendelssohn A neighborhood. Our staff recommends that you authorize this project, Mendelssohn A neighborhood, tonight, BA 393. I'll take any questions.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Mr. Milner, I have a couple of questions. There is a home on the north side of Spruce at Blake Road that is in the Hopkins city limits, I know, but its driveway is only accessed via the Spruce Road in the Edina portion. Is there any responsibility on the part of that property owner or the city of Hopkins to share in part of the cost of this project because it will benefit that homeowner?
Yeah, that individual is right at the corner of Spruce and Blake. Typically, if the whole street had access to the roadway, there'd be some kind of cooperative agreement between Hopkins and ourselves. In this case, we felt the staff time, I guess Wayne could answer it maybe better, but the staff time to try to coordinate with that one property owner that only has about 25 feet to actually use the roadway, they just don't. There is benefit, but it's so small that we felt that we shouldn't be going after that property at this time for the project.
I don't know that I would term it a small benefit if the only access they have to their garage is via that roadway. I would imagine that there are trips generated depending on the parking situation, and I believe that there's a bike lane on the street. So I'm not sure that there's parking in front of the house, so that I would imagine that that driveway gets a fair amount of daily access and use. And in terms of benefit, both in terms of function and then also in terms of property value, both of those benefits would be lost if Edina was not maintaining that roadway to that resident's home.
Sure. Councilmember Bennett, if you direct staff, we could work with the city of Hopkins and see if we couldn't work out an agreement with them to pay their fair portion of access to Spruce Road. That's actually all of Spruce Road is in Edina. I look at this really similar to 2nd Street, that we're actually, even though the border is right down the middle of 2nd Street to the west where they're reconstructing that, and actually we're picking up our costs of our roadway. I could make a good case with the city of Hopkins to pay their fair share for that, access on that, which would be a third. If we apply our assessment policy, it would be a third REU. So I could still, I could meet with them, and I think it'd be an easy one to get a deal done.
I also would like to ask again about Interlochen Country Club, because there is a gate that links to Belmore that is wider than a person. it is wide enough to, if not drive a truck through, it's at least wide enough to drive equipment through. And it is adjacent to, is it a practice range or a driving range that they've installed? I would imagine, I'm not sure, of course I can't know, that that is used for access to that for maintenance. Also, there is a pond at the golf course at the country club that is immediately adjacent to Belmore, and I don't know how that can be maintained in a way that would involve driving something in a truck, whether it's some cleaning equipment, some dredging. I know it's an aerated pond. I know they did some cleaning up, but I would again imagine that the long-term maintenance of that pond is going to be done from Belmore adjacent to that pond. And
it's done from the golf course side. They come in from the golf course side. I mean, you're raising a point that's interesting in terms of whether they move equipment through that gate at Belmore from time to time, but I'm pretty sure that with them being self-contained, that they maintain anything on their property from their property.
There is some plantings just on the outside of the fence that I would believe is the interlocking, so they may take a golf cart and just do some handwork. There's nothing major there that would need maintenance. There's just a mulch and some spruce trees there. And there's not. So.
It's not being well maintained at this point, I may comment. I think that the buckthorn that was removed is growing back. There was some trash accumulated, but I think there is property adjacent. So I think in my thinking, it's a matter of fairness, and I don't think it's fair that they're not sharing in the cost.
Was that a question or a statement? I thought that was more of a statement, I guess.
It's an editorial comment. But I think, I mean, if you want to have a frank conversation with Interlochen about, if they use Belmore at all to move equipment in and out of there, or they come in on Belmore with pickup trucks and manage to squeeze through there, we ought to know that.
Yep, we could definitely find that out.
I discussed it with them today, and they said they do not.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to also state when the maintenance building was constructed, there was 2 points in the resolution that did not allow them to have access from Belmore and Maloney for construction vehicles. They didn't cover day-to-day use, but there was they couldn't have access to the buildings from. They had to have access to the building, Shelby, from internal access points for Waterman Avenue and Interlochen Boulevard, and not Maloney Avenue or Belmore Lane.
Right, and I'm not talking about, historically, of course, there was a great amount of access.
Right.
And I think in terms of the condition of the roadway, a lot of it is just simply age. But heavy vehicles on that roadway over the years certainly contributed their share, their part. And I think it was very intensively used during the U.S. Open, the most recent U.S. Open. And in terms of, yes, construction vehicles not allowed, there's not daily access to the maintenance, there is no access to the maintenance building, but that doesn't prohibit access to their property. That pond, I believe, I'm recalling, because I've been there fairly recently, is not fenced. They have very direct access to the pond from the roadway, and they have access through that gate to the small range. And it's not a walking gate. It's wide enough to take equipment through. And whether it's a pickup truck, I'm not saying that I think it's a pickup truck. I just think it does permit them to have access using that roadway should they desire.
I'm kind of confused. I thought the neighbors wanted that gate to be able to have access to walk there, and Interlochen said that they could. So it seems to me it was a neighbor requested that gate remain available.
That
Do I
don't
not
know.
remember that correctly?
I know there was some talk about it during those public hearings, but I don't recall what the.
I think you're thinking of something that was at the very east end of the cul-de-sac, and people would go onto the course to cross-country ski, I think fireworks and the like. But the gate was installed when the new fence was installed with the project, and it's a gate, and it's not far from the roadway. It's easy enough to get a piece of equipment from a truck or from the roadway onto the property through it. I think there's benefit, and I think that whatever the current use is, they're going to have that benefit going forward.
I think some of the historic benefit they may have had was from owning some of the properties, I'll call it outside the fence line, but they've been sold now, and so we're going to get to those folks that bought those properties are going to share in the assessment here.
Yeah. I mean, we
for
considered
those improvements, including one of their own houses that they owned, which I'm guessing is maybe 6223 or 6229 Maloney.
You know, we considered that assessment policy we discussed earlier. You got to provide benefit to Interlochen, and we don't see the benefit. So that was our thoughts on why they weren't assessed.
Okay, are you finished with your portion of the presentation? Yeah. Any other questions for Mr. Milner at this point in time? Otherwise, I'm going to open this up for public hearing, public testimony. Anyone that wishes to come forward, please do so, and then give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, and the yellow light will go on, and you'll have 30 seconds.
Belmore Lane. First thing I want to talk about is why isn't Waterman included? Because it's a decision you made because it was overlaid. What was the cost of the overlay? Why is that being just set aside to put the upgrades for the sewer and resurfacing on Waterman? That would reduce the cost in general to all the people. And are you going to ask Waterman to come back later and include them in another project and then charge them $16,000? I need to know the definition of an REU, is it?
REU.
Yeah, I live on a piece of property that's 1/3 of a lot. It's 6320. My lot came off of a lot on Blake Road. I'm charged a full unit, and yet my yard is 1/3 of the property. So I'd like to know the definition
Sure,
of that.
we'll give you the definition of REU.
Okay, the next thing is Interlochen does have access to Belmore through the sewer system. The sewer system comes from the new maintenance building across the greens and comes into the Belmore sanitary sewer and storm sewer system. So they do have access to Belmore Lane. Whether it's driving through with a truck, they have sewer access.
Okay.
I think that was all.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson. You make me think of golf season when I see you tonight, and that's a long ways away.
Good evening. I'm Mary McDonald, 6216 Belmore Lane. My parents owned a home in Edina for 35 years, from 1974 through 2009. Because of the timing of their residency in Edina, they never paid anything towards road reconstruction. They should have. And certainly they are not the only Edina residents who escaped paying an assessment. Therefore, for the sake of Edina residents to be assessed in the future, I'm simply asking that you find a way to collect modest sums of money every year from every Edina household and business for the future reconstruction of roads. I've been given to understand that you, the city officials, have questioned why no previous city administrations did this. I think you would look very, very smart if you were the administration that finally did set up a reserve fund for infrastructure maintenance. But if you continue the current assessment method, future administrations and residents will question why your administration did not take care of this. I will also inform you the thing about the gate too. The gate that Member Swenson was referring to is, like Member Bennett said, at the end of the road. So that was resolved fine. But our house is right across the street from the pond. And I have definitely seen several times Interlochen, in previous years, Interlochen employees working on the pond from Belmore. Now maybe that's going to change, I don't know. And I have not sat by my window waiting for them to show up. This has just been a random chance that, I don't, the fact that I've seen them several times there is significant. So now as for the issue of whether Interlochen should be assessed or not, if at any future date Interlochen wants the option of accessing their property from Belmore or Maloney, it seems to me that Interlochen would want to pay a share of the assessment to ensure that it has the privilege, that privilege in the future. And I have one other, some of this I haven't written out too much, but I was curious about asphalt, the price of asphalt, and this probably Mr. Huell could address. I mean, is it not possible to, now that the price of gas has dropped by about 25% at the pump, and I actually have done research on petrochemicals to some extent, I wondered if they couldn't buy the asphalt now while it's cheap for use on our street next year. And I realize that all of these issues are complex, and I really appreciate your efforts to resolve all of them. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Welcome.
Good evening. Stephen Ward, 421 Blake Road South. I grew up in this neighborhood, so I know it better than probably most people in this room. And I can tell you lots of history about it. Like, for instance, the pond is called Ronnie's Pond. There's two ponds, actually, one that accesses from Belmore, one from Maloney. They used to have access, used to be a road right along Ronnie's Pond. But what I would like to say is they do use that access before, just a barbed wire fence with a section cut out so I could get my bicycle through. What I want to talk about, though, is this is a lot of the history, so I do think they should have some payment, which would lower everyone else's cost. But this neighborhood does not contain any kind of a city property, a business, any access to non-residential establishments or schools. It's a very low traffic area. And to contrast it, on the other side of Blake Road, on Maloney Avenue, is a very high commuter street. Maloney Avenue between Blake Road and Washington Avenue is used a lot to getting access to 169, to go westbound on County Road 3, and to get to the city of Hopkins. This road was not reconstructed. It had a mill and overlay. And this is a high commuter, high traffic road. So it's not logical to take a low traffic streets and do a reconstruction on them when they didn't do it on the high volume, high commuter, high wear street of Maloney Avenue. And I don't like, being an engineer, I don't like pointing out flaws in my engineering colleagues, but the early 60s was not correct about when the streets were put in. Now, the city document I have says June 1st, 1960, but it was put in more like 1969, 1970. So the records are way off. And I have an email from my parents attesting that when they purchased their home in August 1963, it was a dirt road. So I have to wonder how many other records are maybe not correct. But I want to emphasize greatly about the illogic of reconstructing a road that doesn't have a lot of wear. And the one section that was so poorly shown in the presentation is Belmore Lane, right next to the pond, which on that side of it, of course, no one's living. And the caddy house used to belong to Wally Erdahl, and that was used by the golf course extensively. So they did put wear on Belmore Lane. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I'm Wendy Donovan. I live at 317 John Street. And I'd like to just add, for 1.1 miles of road, it seems like an awful lot of money for our neighborhoods are all not accessed anything but the neighborhoods. Like John Street doesn't go through. So when you go in the neighborhood, you have a destination to go to. So maybe the roads could be thinner, overlaid. I mean, the roads do need repair. But my other question is, are we doing the sewer? Because there was no mention here about the sewer connectivity that there was in the other plans. So thank you. But if you could find I mean, $16,000 seems like a lot for another driveway for me. That's what it feels like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Tim Dick, 309 Grove Place. I've been a resident on Grove Place for 17 years. My comments this evening are to inform staff that I believe there's an opportunity to improve the terminus end of Grove Place. Currently, Grove Place is about a 300-foot stretch of roadway, curb and gutter parallel each side of the roadway. The roadway ends abruptly on the south end. My house, I'm the last house on the left. In each curb and gutter, there's a sewer at the end of the roadway, a storm sewer. There's also a storm sewer in the middle of the street. In the winter, the snowplows come through and stockpile snow at the end of the street. The snow eventually covers up the storm sewers, and in the spring, when the snow melts, the water has a difficult time finding the drainage because the storm sewers are covered by piles of snow. So there's one opportunity there. In the fall, when the street sweepers come through to clean the streets, because the street is not designed as a cul-de-sac, it's simply a straight street that abruptly ends, the street sweepers are unable to sweep the entire depth of the street because the angles are just not right and the machine can't get in there. Sewers get covered with leaves. Depending upon the year, if snow comes early, we get snow on top of leaves, which makes the drainage a bit more difficult come spring. So what I inevitably do in the spring is, on my side of the street, walk out to the street with a shovel and make a path so the water can find the sewer. It's never really been a drainage problem, but I think there's maybe a couple opportunities to improve the terminus end of Grove Place by maybe pulling the storm sewers out a bit from the end of the street and possibly installing curb and gutter at the end of the street. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts.
I'm David Dietrich, 404 John Street. I've got a couple questions about both the sewer topics. I didn't get the sense in the initial presentation on the engineering drawings how severe the sanitary sewer was. I'm guessing, I've been there for over 40 years, and I haven't heard in the neighborhood, and I haven't experienced any sanitary sewer problems. I don't know what the life of a sewer line is likely to be, but you know, if it's 50 to 60 years old, what sense would it make to redo the streets if the sewers may fail in 8 years or some, you know, some future time? The other thing on the expense of the different projects that's being presented, the storm sewer was about 20 or 25% of the whole project. We have in my side yard, there's a catch basin there, and in all the years we've been there, there's been only one time when the storm sewer wasn't able to handle rainfall, and that was 1987, if anybody remembers the 15 inches of rain we had that night.
In an hour.
And you know, storm sewers just weren't designed for that, but in the 43 years I've been there, we've never had any other issue with draining water. Our lot used to be home for ducks, I'm told. And they filled it and, you know, made it buildable then. In fact, I think the last time the streets were surfaced, the north side of my yard is all fill. I can't tell you how many pieces of asphalt I've pulled out of there planting trees. Anyway, so just to summarize, I'm skeptical about redoing the streets if they may have to be dug up again. And two, I'm not convinced about the need for extensive storm sewer improvements.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Dietrich.
My name is Rick Wyndham, and I live at 6233 Belmore Lane. And as I've been retired the last few years, I get an opportunity to watch the traffic up and down my street, and it would seem to me that the thing that is tearing our streets up the most are the excessive number of garbage haulers that are using those streets. Nobody else goes down that street with anything more than a 3,000 or 4,000 pound car, and these things are running with 20,000 in there, and there's so many of them. You know, there's 6 or 7 haulers that come down our street each cycle that they do it. So I'd like to suggest that the city look at some way of either one, having them pay for the share of the streets that they tear up, or eliminate the number of those trucks that come by. Second thing I'd ask is, I listened to some of the other projects that were going on today, and I heard of areas where low-lying areas that collect water were being included in some of their projects. So my question is, there's an area behind my house that in a rainstorm will collect water. I believe that there's a drainage sewer going right through that area, and I would like to see if there could be something included for another drain to go right into that sewer. It would seem to me to be very inexpensive to do.
Okay, good. We'll raise that issue.
Untitled 6301 Roadway. First, it was mentioned here about the integrity of Mendelssohn neighborhood as it was built at the same time, all parts of it. And then in 2008, the city had also certain plans, and plans were for rebuilding everything. Not rebuilding, but rather repairing it in the way mill and overlay like it was done in 2/3 of this area. But then it was yielded, and all the limitations were lifted for transporting goods and people and communication equipment, everything to the back of the golf course for the benefit of this open, women's open. And when it brought a lot of business and everything, certain revenues could be shared for bringing the neighborhood back to the same state or near the same state as it was before, and then do this mill and overlay like it was successfully done. This slide shows that in 2010, the neighborhoods very well held the new shape, improved roads. What happened next was that in 2009 there was anticipation by the staff that it will be interacting club reconstruction, but it was never approved, so it was just speculation. But by 2010 we started seeing this project as a complete reconstruction. But fortunately, the city, the residents asked the city, and city did here and there some repair work and patch work and even some curb work. Currently, there are many or quite a few spots. I just show one block where it's not perfect, but not worse than it was before 2008 mill and overlay on the rest. So my proposal is to adjust this is not, of course, not a complete research, but to adjust to some degree, where possible, the boundary between this neighborhood and the one that will be done later. And under certain conditions, it would be possible to avoid improvement, where improvement would be minuscule, but the burden on many families, like average family is $59,000 in 2010, the income, and that would be delay of the maintenance, delay of the roofs, repair, and so forth. So the net effect could be negative, not positive. And of course, on the other side of the spectrum, we would bring more well-off families to Edina if they would know that everything is agile enough that nothing would be just ripped off for the inconvenience if there is no strong reason.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Volk. Anyone else?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Got a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Can we start with one thing? We start with why Wayne did this project and what the condition, the number is on the roadway, and why we don't do a mill and overlay at a certain point, because that seemed to be a number of the questions related to that. Would that be okay with you, Mayor?
It would be. We didn't, I had that noted, we didn't really cover pavement condition index in the staff presentation.
Yep, but just our why a mill and overlay isn't a cost-effective thing, but why we don't charge for that, but we do it, and what the schedule is on a normal road that gets redone, and then when does it get seal coated, and then when does it get, okay, so.
Yep. There's a lot to talk about when we talk about pavement condition index and when we're looking at roadways and such. On a typical roadway, we anticipate about a 35 to 40-year life of a roadway. We can actually extend that out when we're looking at a roadway. When we reconstruct a roadway about every 7 years, is that we're anticipating that we would have a seal coating performed on it, and then about year 20 is that we would do a mill and overlay. So we're actually setting up these roadways so in the future that we can actually come in and do a mill and overlay. So that's why we put in 4 inches of asphalt in, so we can go down 1.5 inches to 2 inches and do a mill and overlay. The roadways that are in the city today vary about 1.5 inches, 2 inches, and that's it basically of asphalt that was originally constructed in the city. So it doesn't leave you any opportunity to do a full mill and overlay. What we've done, and on the west side of Blake Road a few years back, or a couple years ago, is we actually did what we call a thin overlay, and those are in areas that aren't degraded as much as that this neighborhood would be, that doesn't meet, make the 5-year list or whatever on our pavement reconstruction list. So it actually kind of limps us through for about 5 to 8 years until it degrades enough that it makes the list essentially to be reconstructed. This neighborhood itself has a pavement condition index, and what a pavement condition index is that we have actually a pavement evaluation company consultant that comes through the city, and they do about 1/4 of the city a year, and it goes into a computer program, and there's some decision trees that they call when you're looking at a program like that looks at different items like your rideability of the roadway, the amount of cracking that's occurring, what the mayor referred to a while ago about alligator cracking. What that is, it looks like an alligator skin. And every year, it starts out as big block cracking on a roadway, and then every year with the freeze-thaw cycle, it reduces down to where we have really small pieces and eventually turns to gravel. So they put that all into their program, and this neighborhood actually has and it's rated from 0 to 100. This neighborhood has a PCI of an average of 25. Our city is on an average is about 51. We're a little bit lower than what we would want to be. We want to actually really be around the 75 PCI range, so you can tell how far behind we are on reconstructing the roadways themselves. Anything that is 45 or less, we recommend a reconstruction. So that's the reason why this one made the cut essentially for this year to be reconstructed. Did that cover what you're looking for, I guess?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
I think so. I think it also, you also sort of tangentially touched on Mr. Wilson's question, why not include Waterman? I think you had done a mill and overlay or some kind of a thin coat there a few years ago, and so that doesn't need to be done now, but it may need to be done in the future.
That's correct, yep.
Okay. There were a couple of folks that were wondering if there was any sewer work included in the project, and I noticed on page 8 of the presentation that there was some sanitary sewer work proposed. You've done some televising, and there's some spot work that needs to be done, and the same thing's true, I think, with respect to the storm sewer. Is that correct?
Yeah, the sanitary sewer, we looked at, televised it, and we found some of these spot locations where there's maybe just a crack in the pipe or a small sag, and we're talking 10 to 20 feet long where we can go in there. If it's a sag, we have to open cut it. If it's not a sag, it's a cracked pipe, we can just line the piece. So this doesn't have the issues that the Normandale neighborhood had that we discussed earlier with all the roots intrusion and all the joints. We're just seeing these few spot locations, and if it's not showing those signs of major damage at this time, we feel that it'll continue to service the city adequately. And along those lines, why we don't have a sewer service program in this neighborhood, again, if the main pipes are holding up that we're seeing in the televising, we don't anticipate that we'd need to do the service program. With all our neighborhoods, if they get approved here, we're going to send out letters to let the residents know that there is a project coming. Maybe now's your time to look at doing the service on your own. And again, we could use that system where they could put that on their assessment if they choose to do their service pipe at this time. So, we always are recommending they always upgrade their pipes, but it's not required as part of this project.
Okay. Mr. Wilson also said that his lot was smaller than other people's lots, and he kind of touched unknowingly on a method that we used to use, but he wanted to know what the definition was of an REU.
Yep.
So why is he paying the same thing as somebody else with a lot that's bigger than his?
On our special assessments is that what our methodology is, it's trip based, and so what we figure is that each single family residence, detached single family resident, contributes about the same amount of trips on an average as other residents do, and so instead of going with a front foot like some communities do, we base one single family resident as one REU. So each so it doesn't matter if you're on a corner lot or if you're a smaller lot or if you have a double the size of the front footage, you're still being assessed the same as anybody else in the neighborhood itself.
Okay. And then Ms. McDonald had a couple of issues. One was finding a way to create a reserve account for infrastructure improvements in the future. I think that's something that we've been through. Member Swenson, you may want to...
Scott, you and I talked about this recently, and she said that her parents had never paid to do the street. And what I would tell you is that if you look at communities that have a street reconstruction plan, it isn't a few dollars a year that they charge. On a $300 to $1,000 house, it's somewhere, depending on the community, between an additional $1,000 to $2,000 a year in taxes. So if you did the math on that over the years, and your parents haven't paid anything, they would have paid this assessment a couple times over at this point with that system. So that is one of the reasons that we have not changed that system. That's where our taxes are for a city. So hopefully you only have to pay it once. We have had people that have moved neighborhoods and gone from one street construction neighborhood to another and have paid it twice on two different homes, but that is why we have stayed with what we do. So that is the answer for that currently and why we do it.
Thank you.
There was this...
Member Bennett?
May I add, and I've had this discussion with residents too, with assessments, rather than funding completely through property tax, your non-property tax paying entities, such as the city, the school system, churches, hospitals, who use the system, those entities that use the system and have wear and tear on the system, pay into the system through their assessments. So I think that there is some fairness also. But I think to Ms. McDonald's point, there is a question of a street utility, and I'd like to ask Director Houle about that, because I know it is something that the legislature has considered or been asked to consider in the past, but has not created the ability for us to charge, or Manager Neal, whoever would like to answer.
Well, Councilmember Bennett, you've identified that correctly. I think there's been a number of attempts over the years to create something akin to a stormwater utility, except for streets, and to provide and to provide cities the ability to have some kind of small monthly charge. We don't have the legislative authority to do that in Minnesota. I don't know if that's going to be on the legislature's agenda for this coming year, but that would be one way you could create a sum of money that could be used to kind of front end some of these costs every year.
And it is something that residents can ask their legislators to carry forward in this next session. It doesn't guarantee success, but it brings the issue back up.
The reason you saw me kind of chuckle was because we tried this twice, 2 years in a row, about 6-8 years ago. Director Houle and I were over at the state legislature. We got such a haircut over there, you can't believe it. So we, and it just, you could see that it wasn't going anywhere. It was quite a theatrical performance by some of the legislators that we ran into. But it just didn't happen. We liked the idea of it as well. And then, of course, you run into that problem is, the longer this method goes on, the harder it is to draw that bright line and say, okay, last year you paid $15,000, and now from this day forward, you don't have to pay that in Mendelssohn. You just get to pay in your regular tax bill, and all you other people, you get to help pay for Mendelssohn and everything else that happens in the future too. So this fall we did a project over behind Our Lady Grace, finished it up, and I ran into a lady over there who used to live in Minnetonka. And she said she liked this way of doing it a lot better. When she lived in Minnetonka, her taxes were about 30% higher, and that was because they were doing it through the, as Member Swenson said, through the general powers of taxation. So she was paying every year. She said she preferred to pay for it just one time and be done with it, even though it was a special assessment and not something she could write off on her property taxes. So.
Oh, the garbage question. You maybe weren't here earlier. We went through this. To be able to change our garbage laws, there's a legislative rule that it takes about 18 months. Now, we asked in our last survey of our residents, and it's a decision resources survey, so it's a statistical average of our residents, but not everyone in our community, how they felt about that. And I would say that our community is very torn. There are some that don't want us to mess with who their hauler is, and there are others that think that's a reasonable idea. We have had a couple of neighborhoods that are joining together, which they can do, which we can't do, and trying to get everyone on board on their street or in their cul-de-sac to only go with one hauler to limit the haulers coming down their street. But as of right now, yes, you have your pen up.
I'll wait till you're done.
No, I'll let you speak.
I would just wanted to go. I think he raised a good point though about, and it points to a limit in the Chapter 429 special assessment process that we have to use for these kinds of projects, in that we have to assess the cost, or we have to distribute the cost of these projects against people that benefit, and not against people that use the street or have used the street in the past. And those people, whether they're the country club or whether they're the garbage companies or Domino's Pizza, we don't have the legal reach to get at people who have used the street. We have the legal ability to special assess people who benefit from the street, and the word benefit has a legal definition under the Chapter 429 terms.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Wyndham, I think you ought to get the neighborhood. You got a perfect neighborhood for setting it up for a single hauler. There you go.
He mentioned something else about a low-lying area behind his house that collects water.
Right.
Is there a swale back there where water does go, or can we look at what kind of a water problem he's got with standing water?
Sure. With every project, we look at the comprehensive stormwater management plan. It wasn't shown on there that there is a potential for 100-year flooding in that area. He is correct. There is a storm sewer line through that backyard area, and there's structures there. We could definitely meet with them and see what kind of issues they're having, and if we need to, and look at the system downstream, if there's capacity or any other. We don't want to flood somebody else out because we're getting the water in too fast. So we would look at all that, and if we can, there's potential to add a structure in there. There is a storm sewer easement. I can answer some of the other construction-related questions now. The Grove Street, the individual that talked about the end of Grove Street, I met with him during the Spruce Road meeting we had out on site, and we looked at putting a cul-de-sac in there, like you mentioned. There's not enough right-of-way to get a standard cul-de-sac in there. So the end doesn't have curbs, so we discussed putting that curb in the end, and there's options of moving that storm sewer inlets away from the end of it so it doesn't plug up with snow, at least in the winter. And the leaves is that comes when, if it's draining to the structures, you're going to get leaves in there. But it might be the new castings have a bigger inlet, so they get less opportunity to get plugged with leaves. So we would definitely look at improving the end of that from a storm sewer issue and also adding curb on the end of that. The other comment on the storm sewer costs, why they're so high in this neighborhood, much of that is related to the sump drain pipe. There's storm sewer around this neighborhood, so we have the opportunity to put that sump drain pipe in. So if there's knockdown rebuilds, their building department requires the sump pumps go in, and then they have a connection point. So that's why that cost is higher. That's related to the sump drain pipe. There are a few issues at Belmore and that Spruce with some drainage, and then also the individual talked about a drain in the driveway at 309 John Street. I believe the structure's on the other side of the street too at 308, and that one I witnessed blocking that whole guy's driveway apron when it rains. So we're looking to move that structure at least out of his driveway so he doesn't have to drive through a huge puddle whenever it rains. So those are some of the smaller drainage improvements that we're doing, and that's why the storm sewer costs are at that value.
And then sanitary sewer, Mr. Wilson said that Interlochen has sanitary sewer access underneath one of the streets, I suppose, out to Blake Road. But we don't specially assess for that. I mean, that's a cost. If any sewer improvements are borne by the entire city.
That's correct. That any sewer improvements due to the flows coming into the system comes out of our utility fund.
The only other question I had was Ms. McDonald wanted to know if we were going to get in the futures business buying asphalt.
Yep. We sort of do, in a way. This is going to be a roundabout way of answering that question, but in the last few years, we've been pushing up our projects as far as going through the public hearing, the informational meeting process, and what our goal is to actually get these out bid first prior to other communities bidding their projects, so that we get the best, most competitive bids.
So it's like moving up the primary.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
You want to be first.
Yep. And so we, so that's one way of doing it. The other way is what we have found out from contractors in the past couple years is with the fuel prices going up and fluctuating so rapidly. Is in the past they've been able to lock in their fuel prices for a year. In the last couple of years, they haven't even been able to lock them in for 2 to 3 months at a time. So they're up against not being able to lock them in. So they're bidding projects almost in the futures business themselves is bidding our projects, and then they have to live with what they bid our projects with, even if the fuel does increase. So I guess our best bet is to get these projects through, get them designed and out to bid quickly, so we get the best prices available.
Good. Anyone have anything else? Member Bennett?
Yes, I do have a question. Mr. Milner or Director Houle, where is 6221 Maloney? They answered the first survey.
Hmm. 6221 is just west of the pond on Maloney. It's the furthest southeast property.
I don't see it on the map. on the project.
It's part of 6223.
That address was shown incorrectly, I believe, at one time. I remember looking at that. So we'll review that again and make sure that address is correct.
Sure.
Good. Member Sprague.
I have a question not asked. It was about how we aggregate neighborhoods, and I think we touched on this in passing, but someone was mentioning that the Spruce Road does not have any REUs on that side, and could we possibly have considered splitting this neighborhood into a north and a south half, and how did we decide to aggregate this the way we did?
Yep. Maybe Shad could go back through those slides at the beginning and cover that. Yep.
So the question is, how do we get project boundaries set? So like we discussed, we start with a plat. So on here, this is the original Mendelson plat. So the city, I don't know how many years ago, but they went through the whole city and tried to come up with logical boundaries for neighborhood projects. And they started with the plat. So in this case, we got Mendelson 1 through 30 down here in Maloney. That's the original plat. So then you break it up by like-sized lots. So if we look at this side, they're all similar-sized lots. And we also look at major roads that would break up the project. So instead of doing this whole plat as a neighborhood, it got broke up in Mendelson A and Mendelson B. And that just comes from scale. We can't be doing entire plats just for various reasons with the break. Working across Blake Road wouldn't be ideal for construction operations. So that's how the project boundaries got selected. There's discussions with the whole neighborhood naming conventions that are going through right now, whether or not we update these boundaries based on those new neighborhood boundaries for the naming convention. But right now it's typically based on those factors as we go through that. So we want to, as the assessments are calculated, cost over REUs, we always like to keep those lots similar size. If you recall, Country Club had really big lots on one side, 100-foot, 120-foot lots. The other side had 50-foot wide lots. So if we assessed it all one rate, that the smaller lots would be kind of funding the bigger lots. We separated that in two districts. Here we believe they're all similar-sized lots and similar access points, so it's one neighborhood.
So part of having it contiguous is the economies of scale during construction.
Yeah, we don't want to do one block at a time. We want to do a decent-sized neighborhood for the contractor. Mob-in, the mobilization cost of all his equipment, if we did one block, that would be a big percentage of the construction cost just to get his equipment on site. So
it's why the first project that we voted on had a bunch of dead-end streets, but it's being done as one project. We had to vote on them individually, but it will go out to bid as one project.
Exactly, yep. Economies of scale, they're bringing equipment. Let's get all the ones that are in that vicinity done at the same time. They all have similar pavement conditions, similar utility conditions, and similar lot sizes in there.
And interconnected infrastructure underneath the street, which also...
Yeah, I mean, through here we have water main, storm sewer, sanitary sewer pipes that are going from north to south across the neighborhood. So they're all using that utility system, definitely.
Okay, thanks.
Good. All right, is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2012-172?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second on the resolution and the improvement BA 393 for the Mendelson A Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Improvement Project. Further discussion?
I do want to say that this is maybe the toughest project just because it's relatively large in size for the, and I think Manager Neal, I don't know if you meant that comment to address the issue that I raised earlier about the country club. They have benefited historically from it. I understand that there's a change in the configuration today, but it means that some homeowners who happen to live in an area with a lot of little streets are bearing a big project cost. And
No, I understand your concern. Yeah, I hear it.
And I wasn't trying to address the fairness issue at all. I was trying to address what our legal abilities are and how we can determine benefit, not historic benefit, but future benefit.
Yep.
It's a much tighter definition than
They
than
do
I think
use
we
a road
ordinarily
south of
do.
this,
Right.
and I would expect them, when that road gets done, to be charged REUs.
But that won't be part of this project.
No, I understand that. I do get that.
All right, roll call.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Thanks, folks. Any other business for the council? Stand adjourned.